Good morning. I want it to be evening already, I guess, but good morning, everyone. That's not going to get us started in the seasonal of the year. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Much better. I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone being here this morning. Looks like we're in pretty good shape as far as our distancing, and we're going to continue to do our meetings like this as long as we can. It may change where we're totally virtual, but maybe not. It is customary for our Board of Commissioners to begin each one of our meetings with a prayer and a pledge of allegiance to the flag. During the prayer by a commissioner, you're welcome to join us in that prayer by standing. You're welcome to use it for your own prayer, or you're certainly welcome to use it for a moment of silence, whichever you so choose. This morning, I'm going to ask newly elected for her first full term, Sue Leggett, to lead us in the invocation. Sue? Thank you.
Dear Lord, we come to you today with thankful and humble hearts. We ask for your presence here today. We also ask for your presence and comfort for the family of Nash County Deputy Jared Allison as they grieve his loss. Lord, we ask for your wisdom and grace for our newly elected leaders as they seek to make a difference in Nash County and beyond. In this season of Advent, we're ever grateful for the birth of your Son, Jesus Christ, as he brings light and hope to this world where we desperately need it. And dear Lord, please be with us here today as we conduct the business of Nash County. Have your hand on each person here today, that we may seek to do your will and everyone return back home safely. All of these things we ask in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Outlaw, would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We do have one item of old business that the whole board needs to take care of this morning first. It is item number 4 on your agenda, and it is the approval of the minutes from our November meetings. We had 2 meetings, November the 2nd and November the 16th. And at this time, I'd entertain a motion for approval of those minutes together, or any changes or any additions that need to be made by a commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Belfield.
I move that we approve the minutes that we have listed on the agenda.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Ms. Wills.
Second.
Second by Ms. Wells. Any questions to that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Those minutes stand approved, Madam Clerk, and as always, we appreciate your hard work on those. At this time, it is time to administer the oath of office to a new commissioner, and then we'll follow up with the administration of office for the 2 re-elected commissioners. And it is with great pleasure at this time that I would call Marvin Arrington to the front. Marvin, if you'll just come right here. And Marvin has chosen a judge from an adjoining county, Judge Teresa Robertson Freeman, to administer his oath of office. Oh, she is right here on the front.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you again. I
Good
remember
morning. Yes, sir, good to see you.
meeting you up at Whitaker's one day at a similar ceremony.
Yes, yes,
Sure did. I
absolutely.
appreciate you being here. I can't help but say Mr. Arrington shared with us that he chose you to do his oath because apparently you were an attendant of his daycare when he owned a daycare some years ago.
Absolutely, yes. I'm so glad you mentioned that. And to Chairman Davis, formally, good morning to you, to the commissioners and guests. And I was going to address that point because I know a lot of you are wondering, why do you need me when you have a perfectly capable judge here in Judge Sumner to administer the oath? But that's exactly why I'm here. Mr. Arrington and I go way back to when I was either 2 or 3 years of age to Bricks, also called Franklinton Center, right outside of Enfield. And my parents trusted him enough for me to be in his care when I was really, really small. So I am extremely grateful that he remembered me to be able to come here today and administer his oath. So if I may, Chairman Davis, proceed at this time.
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Thank you. Would you prefer, if you'll come forward, son? If you'll place your left hand on the left hand of the Bible, and raise your right. That might be better. There you go. Yes. Okay. And if you repeat after me. I,
I,
state your name,
Marvin Arrington,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States.
of the United States.
I
I, Marvin Arrington,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of North Carolina
to the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers
and to the constitutional powers
and authorities
and authorities
which are or may be established
which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor
and that I will endeavor,
to support,
support,
maintain,
maintain,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution of said state,
the Constitution of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge
to the best of my knowledge
and ability,
and ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
I
I, Marvin Arrington,
do swear
do swear
that I will
that I will
well and truly
well and truly
execute the duties
execute the duties
of the office of Commissioner
of the office of Commissioner
of Nash County
of Nash County
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to law,
according to law,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We can't shake hands, so. Chairman Davis, if I may be excused at this time, I have to go to Hertford County Court.
That would be great. I want to mention one more thing. Anytime I'm going to have a guest at a meeting, I try to do a little research on them, and the article I read that interested me most was your article about being a Golden Girl.
Yeah.
I will say that and leave it at that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Glad
You all
to have
a
one
great
here
day.
this morning.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Say one thing.
Please, yes, sir.
Mike's on.
It is. I'll turn it over to Mr. Arrington, Commissioner Arrington, for a few words he'd like to say.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say first, giving honor to God and my church family, Wayman AME. I want to honor my mother today, Mary, who is 93 years young, and my deceased father, Arvis, who showed me the way. Thank you, Carolyn, my wife. Thank you, Teresa, Judge Robinson. The daycare made a difference. I know her mother and father are proud. Thank you, Doc Brown, my mentor, deceased educator from Halifax County. He was a teacher, a principal, a county commissioner, and a state representative. And thank you to a good deceased friend, Morris Kearney, who gave me confidence. Thank you, Fred Belfield and Mary Wells. You both helped me get involved in Nash County. And Mary, I haven't forgotten that you nominated me for chair of the Nash Democratic Party. Thank you. To all my family and voters, thank you. I will do my best to earn your trust and represent the best for Nash County. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin.
Okay.
We're now on item number 6, which is also the administration of oath for Commissioner Sue Leggett. And Sue, I'll call on you to do yours first. And we have with us our Superior Court Judge, Judge Sumner. Would you like for me to say a few things about you, Judge?
That's
or
quite all right.
You good?
There's probably been enough said that can't repeat in public, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will say how you and I first met when you were in college and you used to work with us in the engineering department at the city, sitting on the side of the road counting cars. Been a
You
long time.
remember that?
I do remember that. Been a long time.
It has been. And let me just say this, I believe that Judge Robinson has not aged a bit, but Mr. Harrington has been beginning to show the wear and tear, I believe.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States?
I do.
Do you solemnly and sincerely swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina, to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that you will endeavor to support, maintain, defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability, so help you God?
I do.
And finally, do you swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of the office of Commissioner of Nash County according to the best of your skill and ability, according to the law, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations.
And now, Mr. Combs, you will join the judge up front.
Congratulations. Thank you. It's so sweet.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States? Yes, sir, I do. Do you solemnly and sincerely swear that you will be faithful, bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina, to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that you will endeavor to support, maintain, defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability, so help you God? I do. And finally, do you swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of the office of Commissioner of Nash County according to the best of your skill and ability, according to the law, so help you God? I do. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure to have you. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, but I'm sure you got some duties to take care of.
I'll let you, just for the record, I'll let you know that we are starting our resumption of trials in Nash County today.
Congratulations.
So to say the least, it is a 5-ring circus going on right now.
I bet
I
so.
need to get there. Thank you, gentlemen.
And I know who the ringleader needs to be.
Thank you.
Each year, the Board of Commissioners elects new officers, which consist of a chair and vice chair, and we do it at our December meeting. And at this time, I'd like to ask our attorney, Vince Durham, if he would be our temporary chairman to conduct the office for the election of chairman. Mr. Durham, if you'd be willing to do so, sir?
I would, thank you.
Yes, sir. Turn it over to you.
As temporary chairman, let me first welcome Commissioner Harrington, congratulate Commissioners Leggett and Thune. Look forward to working with all of you. As temporary chairman, my sole duty this morning is to accept nominations for the chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners for the next 12 months. So in that capacity, I will entertain motions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I nominate Commissioner Robert Davis
I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield to nominate Commissioner Robbie Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Coon. All those in favor of that nomination, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise? Appears to be unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney Durham. And I normally would get up and shake each commissioner's hand, but due to our certain guidelines, I will not do that. But I do want to thank you for your support in allowing me to serve chair again. I only have a couple things that I would ask. If I ever do anything that doesn't please you, I certainly want to know about it. I would prefer to know in private, not in public, like anybody would. I'm only kidding mostly about that. And if I do something occasionally that you may all like, I'll be glad to hear that, and doing that in public would be great, quite frankly. I really want each board member during the next 12 months to stay in touch with me, tell me what it is I'm doing that is right for the board, and particularly you, Mr. Arrington, since you're new on the board. If anything at all that you'd like to see us change different, if you would let me know, we'll certainly discuss it. And we have a history of working extremely well together. Quite frankly, it's an easy board to lead the last couple of years because we do work together so well, and I certainly have no reason why that wouldn't continue. But I do appreciate each one of you supporting me full chair, and I promise you I'll do my best moving forward. At this time, we're on item number 9, which is the election of a vice chair. And at this time, I'd open the floor up for nomination for vice chair for the next 12 months for the Nash County Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
Ms.
I'm
Webb?
proud to nominate my good friend Wayne Outlaw as vice chair.
Okay, I have a
Chair.
nomination for Wayne Outlaw for vice chair. Is there a
Mr.
second?
Chair, I
Yes, sir.
second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor of that nomination, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Congratulations, Commissioner Outlaw.
Thank you, and I appreciate your vote of confidence.
Yes, sir. Okay, we are now moving on, and prior to starting our agenda with the new board, I do have 2 items that I need to add to the agenda if there's no opposition from board members. The first item would be a presentation by the Sheriff Department for the service revolvers for our fallen deputy. That came about very sudden, as we all know, and we would certainly like to hear that request this morning. And then the second item, and I would tag that, is item 11A. And then the second item would be, last month, we did we did a proclamation. I always get those 2 confused, for A.P. Coleman and his long service to the healthcare service here in Nash County, Wilson County, and Edgecombe County. And he wasn't present at that time. I think Mr. Belfield reached out to him and let him know we done that, and he is expected to come sometime this morning. Mr. Belfield, if you'll let me know when you see him come in, if I happen to miss him. And we'd like to do that again, and while he is here and in his presence, and present it to him again. That's a request from Mr. Belfield, and certainly glad to honor that. I will put that as item 11B, but I will take it up whenever we see he has entered the commission room here. That puts us to item, is any opposition to adding those 2 items from a board member? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 10. Item 10 is public comment, and that item is on our agenda for each meeting, the first of the month, and it is the time for a citizen to appear before this board to let us hear anything that you may have on your mind. We do have a sign-up period before the meeting, and if you happen to miss that sign-up period, the board would still be glad to hear from you. I will let the ones, we had 3 to sign up this morning, I will call those in the order in which they signed up to come up first and talk to us. And then I would entertain anyone that happened to miss that item, because we are always very interested in hearing from our citizens. We allow you 3 to 5 minutes. We're not real key, particularly on the time, but if you would try to hold your comments to maybe 5 minutes, that would be great. And at this time, I will start that process, and the first person we had to sign up this morning is Dorothy Battle. Ms. Battle, good to see you again this morning, ma'am. It is customary for the commissioners not to address an item that comes to us, but what we do is sign it through the management staff, and then they'll work on it, and someone will certainly be back with you if need be in a period of time when we have been able to resolve an issue. So at this point, I'll turn it over to you. If you'd state your name and address for the record again. Thank you.
Dorothy Gibson Battle, 13343 Taylor Store Road, Nashville, NC 27856. Good morning. I give honor to God and all who are present. I am before you today with the same complaint about Mr. Ted Williams' yard dog firearms training, now called Force. Mr. Williams continues to shoot as he pleases at the same site. I do appreciate the commissioners looking at my complaint and the phone call. As for the matter of being difficult to address issues that could be considered grandfathered, I submit that this is not the true issue with Mr. Williams. It will only take a brief investigation of the facts to see that I have been complaining to the Sheriff's Department and Mr. Tyson since 2017 without resolution. The first time I came before you, I told you it took me 3 years to get here. That's because I had been conferring with Mr. Tyson. I would like to call your attention to the letter that I passed out to all the officials in here this morning. The official letter sent to Mr. Williams from Mr. Adam Tyson on May 21st, 2018, informing Mr. Williams of his violation. Also, I would like to refer to Mr. Williams' official reply to Mr. Tyson. Mr. Williams told Mr. Tyson he placed a banner at the current site to advertise his classes that were taught at other locations and would remove it, and he had no need to apply for any permits. In the letter, Mr. Williams stated he occasionally shoots at this site as a guest of the landowner, Mrs. Peel, and that her son also does target practice there. Since this time, Mr. Williams has admitted to Mr. Tyson in an email that he sometimes gets paid for shooting at this site, and sheriff's deputies have referred to it as a retired officer's shooting range. Does his action constitute lying to a government official? How can his self-proclaimed shooting range be considered grandfathered when complaints have not ceased to be brought to officials in the time span indicated? I'm not the only person to have complaints about the shooting. Records do show. I'm just the only one that comes before this board. Complaints date back to 2017 with the Sheriff's Office and 2018 to Mr. Tyson. Mr. Williams told this board on October 5th that Sheriff Stone and Mr. Tyson have practically held his hand since he started this in 2017. It's on the video. There's evidence to support what I say to be the truth at the Sheriff's Department and with Mr. Tyson. Mr. Williams' actions prove him to be untruthful in word and deeds. He has stopped shooting every day since I have been coming before you, but he still shoots 5 to 6 hours every Saturday, as he has told you, with loud centerfired rifles or anything else he chooses. My mission has not changed. I told you the truth with evidence. I seek only to have peace and tranquility restored and not live in an illegal shooting range. I will go and speak where I must to end this egregious behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowser. Our next person signed up is Mr. Ray Brin. Good morning, Mr. Brand. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. I am Ray Brin, 315 West Ridge Street in Rocky Mount. I'm also the owner-operator of Super Flame Gas Company near downtown Rocky Mount. We are a family-owned, independent propane gas company serving about a 30-mile radius around the Rocky Mountain area since 1952. The purpose of my time here today, Mr. Chairman, first of all, is to thank you for this opportunity. Also, to let you know, this is a short letter of thanks, which I will be reading. Last week at this very time, we were at a different location. And Mr. Chairman, last Monday morning, Super Flame Gas Company experienced an accident with one of our delivery trucks, which ran off North NC 43 into a ditch on the roadside of the road. Fortunately, our driver was not injured. He's back at work now. Our truck's damage is still being evaluated. We continue to serve our customers in Nash County the fuel they need for this winter season, just as we have for the past 68 years. However, and this is the point, that paragraph, it doesn't tell the story. This could have been a completely different situation with a different ending. Had it not been for a very professional and courageous team of professionals, and a lot of them were volunteers, who faced a crisis involving a fuel truck on its side with a potential leak, and a driver who could not extricate himself from the vehicle on its side due to the weight of the truck door, which was positioned above his head when the truck was rolled on its side. As an Air Force veteran who's participated in many hazmat exercises, I was thoroughly impressed with the team's performance. My main points of contact while at the command center were Red Oak Fire Chief Bob Brown, the on-site commander, and Assistant Fire Marshal Lewis Smith. Chief Brown was unflappable and deliberate while deploying his teams without hesitation or delay. Fire Marshal Smith kept me apprised of the situation as it played out and consulted me when necessary as solutions to our problem were being implemented. There was constant communication among all parties involved, always with Chief Brown in the lead, and always with the appropriate agencies being consulted. Never did I hear a crossword or exasperation from any of the participants. Finally, the hands-on heroes, the volunteer firemen who teamed with our participating employee, did their job just as it had been practiced. As an aside, Pastor Philip Barton of the host facility, which is Dorchester Baptist Church, also sat and prayed with the driver that we had in the ambulance. The Nash County agencies involved include Red Oak and Brattleboro Volunteer Fire Departments, the Nash County EMS, the Nash County Sheriff's Office, the Nash County Fire Marshal's Office and Emergency Management, the Nash County 911 Communications, and Dorchester Baptist Church. Other agencies not under your jurisdiction included the North Carolina Highway Patrol, the NCDOT, the NC Emergency Management, the Regional Response Team out of Williamston, which was on standby, Duke Progress, and the National Weather Service in Raleigh, who kept us apprised of a front that was moving through the area at the very time this happened. In conclusion, I thank God that these gifted men and women are serving me and the citizens of Nash County, particularly the volunteer firemen. I know our volunteer fire departments are challenged to recruit and keep their personnel. I can say without hesitation they certainly are an asset to our county and help me and others as a business owner-operator sleep at night knowing they have my back. If we can be of help in the future in helping our volunteer fire departments perform their mission, please count Super Flame in. We look forward to building our relationship in the future. Sincerely, and I thank you, Mr. Davis, Ray Brin, owner-operator. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the great folks that y'all help out.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Brand. Sure it means a lot, those people that you took your time to come this morning. And we all very thankful it turned out like it did. Our next speaker is Cephas Ray. Mr. Ray? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You can state your name and address for the record. We may have it somewhere, but we'll be glad to have it again.
Yeah, sure thing. Cephas Ray, 7673 Stony Hill Church Road, Bailey, North Carolina. And good to see all y'all this morning.
Good to see you, sir.
I'm glad my support group's here. I just wish it didn't cost so much to support everybody. But anyway, a lot of construction and buildings going on in the southern part of the county, as you know, over around Green Pond area. I hope a lot of these tax dollars can be utilized over in that section of the county as well. But my main concern today was about the waste convenience site on Stony Hill Church Road. I think it's number 1. You have a picture on showing the traffic there. And of course, by direction of traffic, I'm headed toward 231 west. It's maybe a half mile from convenience center to 231. I met another truck with a trailer on it. And a couple of cars could have had trash in the trunk or whatever. You never know if they stopped or not, or if they had to go by this. But also the gray truck was where the red truck is now. So there's a couple of vehicles from the direction which I was traveling. And the car in front of me went past the truck. And then, of course, I did likewise. So you got to go out like a serpentine, so to speak, to get around this traffic. And I mentioned some time ago about having a turn lane at the Southern Senior Center, which is a couple miles up the road from that. So turn lane might be appropriate both locations if y'all could recommend that to the state. I know the county doesn't do the highway construction and so forth. But also where that red truck is sitting, I mentioned to you a couple years ago that that's a bump, if you will, incline where the road's not, it's tapered off of this, where you can see the pavement from the white line, but it's a sharp taper, maybe 15 degrees or so. And it's bad for someone with back problems, such as myself. And of course, mine is not as bad as other people, thankfully. But if that could be tapered 20 or 30 feet, maybe about where that gray truck is sitting, you could eliminate that bump going in and out. And especially if you start out and someone's coming from the right, you see that traffic coming, you got to accelerate to get out, and that's another reason for a turn lane. But if y'all take that into consideration, I'd appreciate it. And
Thank
no
you,
harm,
Mr.
no
Brooks.
foul. Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Glad to have you here again this morning. Was there anyone else that wished to speak to the board this morning about an item that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one moving, we will move on to item number 11. That is a recognition of service, and I'll call on Amy Pridgeon Hamlet to make this presentation. As we make these presentations, we normally would shake the hand of the person we are recognizing for whatever they're doing. I think it best, Mr. Lamb and Ms. Hamlet, we'll just hand those certificates and try to stay as close as we can to our guidelines. Thank you for being here.
Very good, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Davis, fellow commissioners. The agenda item before you today is a request for presentation of service recognition to a DSS employee for 45 years of service to Nash County with Nash County Department of Social Services and specifically to adult services. Sarah Hill has managed to professionally carry out the mission of our agency and has worked to protect and better the lives of citizens in which she has served over the last 45 years. Sarah began with our agency on August 18, 1975, and she will be retiring on December 31st, 2020. Sarah's service and expertise will truly be missed in our department. However, we do wish her many, many blessings in her retirement, as she has certainly earned it. And our recommendation is for the presentation of a plaque by our county manager and Mr. Davis.
Ms. Hill, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to read this. It's in appreciation. It will be a small token for your 45 years of service, but in appreciation and recognition for 45 years of loyal service and dedication to enhance lives, promoting safety and self-sufficiency, and strengthening families. Best wishes on your retirement, Nash County Department of Social Services, from August 18, 1975 to December 31st, 2020. That is absolutely amazing. You want to turn around here and we're going to present this to you. Did Ms. Hill already leave,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hamlin? How am I going to say anything else about it then? It does amaze me that a person, regardless of where they work, which they put for 45 years, it just doesn't happen anymore, quite frankly. The generation coming up behind a lot of us, I think they're tuned to change jobs or professions about every 5, 6, 7 years, apparently. But 45 years of service to Nash County, it happens sometimes here, which to me just shows that it is a great place to be. It's where I've been all of my life, as well as many of us here on the board. But I do greatly appreciate Ms. Hill's service, and particularly the 45 years. Considering the job that she has done, it's not an easy job. It's a challenging job, as we all know. But Amy, if you would let her know how much we appreciate it, and I guess we startled her when I asked her to turn around. I didn't realize she was quite going to leave that quick. But we'll move on now to item number 11A, and I'll call on the Sheriff's Department to make this presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Everything's good, sir. Glad to have you this morning.
Appreciate you guys allowing us to do this on such short notice.
It's the least we can do, sir.
Yes, sir. I believe everybody's got a copy of our request. What we're requesting, I'm going to read this, and then what we're requesting is for the service weapon for Deputy Jared Allison be relinquished. We typically do it a lot for retirees. But in light of what's happened with his situation, we're asking it to be relinquished so we can turn it over to the family, specifically his father, who is a sworn law enforcement officer. But if you just bear with me real quick, let me read this. I know you guys have a copy of it. Jared Michael Allison started his lifelong desire to serve others when he enlisted in the United States Army as an infantryman. Upon receiving his honorable discharge from the United States Army, Jared Michael Allison began his law enforcement career with the Nash County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff. Deputy Jared Michael Allison was assigned as a patrol deputy until he was selected to serve with the agency's governor's Highway Safety Program traffic team. The main objective of this specialized unit is to reduce the number of traffic crashes and address issues such as impaired driving, seatbelt use, speeding, distracted driving, motorcycle safety, bicycle safety, pedestrian safety, and other aspects of highway safety. Deputy Jared Michael Allison was working on the evening of Thanksgiving Day as part of the Nash County Sheriff's Office participation in the governor's Highway Safety Program. Deputy Jared Michael Allison was working in the Wesleyan Boulevard corridor located in Rocky Mount. Deputy Jared Michael Allison performed a traffic stop on a motorist. While on the traffic stop, Deputy Jared Allison received information concerning an individual operating a motorcycle that was harassing other motorists and was driving carelessly and recklessly. A motorcycle sped past Deputy Allison at a high rate of speed as he was completing his current traffic stop. Deputy Allison appears to have decided to initiate a traffic stop on the individual operating the motorcycle. During that attempt, Deputy Allison was involved in an accident with another motor vehicle at the intersection of South Wesleyan Boulevard and Old Mill Road. Deputy Allison was transported to Vidant Medical Center in Greenville by Nash County EMS personnel, North Carolina Highway Patrol, and the Nash County Sheriff's Office personnel. Deputy Allison succumbed to his injuries on December 1st, 2020. Deputy Allison, 26 years of age at his passing, is survived by his 9-year-old son, Colt Michael Allison, his wife, Brene Allison, and parents, Scott Allison and Angela McClellan. And as we said, like I said, we're just requesting that the commissioners approve his duty weapon to be relinquished so we can turn it over to his family just as a memorial.
Okay. All right, you've heard the request. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Very glad to approve the motion, sir.
Yes, sir. And I'd just like to say, didn't get a chance to speak to any of you. I saw several of you at the funeral on Friday. We do appreciate your support.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lamb, for allowing everybody to come out and stand on the sidewalk, so we do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very touching service, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Bellfield?
Mr. Coleman is here.
Okay. All right, we'll move on now to item 11B, which is a proclamation for Mr. A.P. Coleman. Mr. Coleman, could you join us up front? And Mr. Bellfield, I'd like to ask you to join me, if you would. You've known Mr. Coleman a very long time and put this together for us.
Okay, buddy. Don't do that.
Long time no see.
This is a new way in shape.
I'm gonna ask you to turn around. You will. You don't mind your picture being taken, do you?
No, I don't think so. A lot of things, but being shy is not one of them.
We're glad to have you in Nash County this morning, sir.
Good.
Proclamation reads, a proclamation of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to recognize the service of Mr. Aben A.P. Coleman with Carolina Family Health Centers Incorporated. Whereas Aben A.P. Coleman has served as a member of Carolina Family Health Center since 1993 and has helped shape the mission and purpose of the organization for more than 25 years. Whereas A.P. Coleman joined the planning committee in 1993 for the original Wilson Community Health Center and is founding and longstanding board member for what is now Carolina Family Health Centers Incorporated. Whereas A.P. Coleman aided in the growth of Carolina Family Health Care to include medical facilities in Edgecombe, Nash, and Wilson County, Freedom Hill Community Health Center, Harvest Family Health Center, and Wilson Community Health Center, and a dental facility, Carolina Family Dental Center, more than 200 employees and more than 18,800 patients in 2019. And whereas A.P. Coleman has been a leader to the organization, an advocate for patients, and a friend to all. And whereas A.P. Coleman has announced his retirement from the Carolina Family Health Center Board effective October the 27th, 2020, and whereas his tenure with Carolina Family Health Center has brought and will continue to bring accessibility, affordable health care with excellence, with patients come first. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize and honor A.P. Coleman for his service to Nash County citizens. And we did this second day of November 2020. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, AP and I go all the way back to when we were in school, back in the 50s at A&T State University. And we both worked in the Cooperative Extension Service. He was in Wilson County, I was in Nashville, close. And sometimes we would come to the county line and talk strategies on how we can do a better job in each county, sharing ideas. And I hadn't seen him face to face in a year. So I got concerned, so I got in touch with his daughter. And from that, I began to communicate with him again on the telephone. And AP, I want to congratulate you on the work you've done here in the 3 counties, because healthcare is mighty important. And you served on the city council of Wilson, what, about 40 years?
Close to that.
And when I first ran for county commissioner, he came over and campaigned. I had campaign rallies, and he came and spoke at those rallies on my behalf. So I never forget you, AP.
Thank you, Fred. I taught you everything you know, man.
He's always saying that he taught me everything I know. I won't dispute him, I'll let him get away with it.
So when you wish to say a word, I see where you're gonna get your instructions from in your retirement. You're glad to learn all these hand signals, Mr. Goldman.
Yeah. It's a real pleasure, folks. I get a joy out of, Fred and I both share this, out of serving people. That's what we're about.
Yes, sir.
And it's been a pleasure. Now, Carolina Family Health Center, I'm a founding board member, is one of my pets, of course. And on Highway 58, you have a certified medical facility and a certified dental facility that's sponsored by Carolina Family Health Center. Feel free to go by there. If you don't use it, feel free to go by there and visit. Believe me, it's top notch. I want to thank y'all for supporting that. My daughter Jackie is here with me, my oldest daughter, who lives in D.C. And Jackie, you were born the same month, I know you're gonna hash the baby. That I graduated from A&T or NC State? Huh? A&T. Okay. So that's how far we go back. Thank you so much.
You probably go back a little further than that.
Pleasure to be
Being
here.
this morning, sir.
Yes, sir, I will value this.
Good to see you. Thank you again, Commissioner Belfield, for setting that up for us. We're now on item number 12, which is recognition of the 2020 United Way campaign donors. And I will call on our HR Director, Mr. Kirkland, to make this presentation. And Mr. Boone, I think you're still over there. Yes, sir. If you would, when we do the awards, you would join Mr. Lamb in doing that. Since you are the current president of the board, I would ask that you participate in that. Yes, sir. We again ask that you do your distancing as much as you can, handing those off this morning. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great.
Good morning, all of you. As you know, each year, the employees of Nash County participate in a campaign to support the local United Way, whose programs and services touch thousands of lives in our community, and they make a lasting difference in the quality of life that we all enjoy. This year, I'm happy to report that we had another outstanding campaign. The campaign ran from October the 2nd through October the 16th. And to give you a few highlights about our campaign, we followed the same pattern as last year. We had 3 levels of giving, which was a starter care share. Employees would give 6 hours of pay to qualify for that. A care share level, which was 12 hours of pay and then the landmark level, which was $500 or greater. Some of the events that we had in this year's campaign included a 50-50 raffle, a Jeans Day, and a pumpkin decorating contest that we had between the various departments. And I think all of these items helped to build morale and just bring a lot of fun to the campaign that we had this year. To give you a few statistics about the campaign, we had, our numbers were down a little bit as far as the number who participated, but the total giving was up from last year. We had 186 total donors to our campaign this year. Starter Care Share were 34, Care Share 51, and Landmark were 10. And the total giving amount this year was $34,650.77, which was $113.73 more than our 2019 giving. And I think that's something to really be proud of for our employees. Our county manager had challenged us early in the campaign if we could match the percentage of giving that he would kiss a pig. And later on in the campaign, it became a little obvious that we weren't quite going to surpass it. So he extended that challenge to if we could surpass the total giving, that he would still kiss the pig. So I'm happy to report on November the 20th, on a Friday, our county manager did kiss a pig, in fact. So we were proud to bring him up to that. We would like to recognize today those who participated in the campaign. And in light of the COVID situation, rather than having each employee come up, you're going to have them come up?
Why don't we ask them, instead of handing them out, just have them all stand up as you call them?
Okay.
And then we'll give them the certificates later.
Okay. We're just going to have each employee who's present to stand as we call their name, and then we will distribute the certificates to them at a later time. We also have some awards, and we can follow the same with those as well. So at this time, I will call the donors who participated at the Starter Care Share level. Brian Brantley, Pamela Brooks, Fran Carden, Mary Clinton, Tony Colvin, Sandra Davis, Shamika Dawes, Clarice Edmond, Ricky Evans, Walter Fisher, Tia Fula, Thomas Gillespie, Nicole Glover, Anna Hernandez, Jessica Hill, Tiffany Jones, and me, Anderson Kirkland, Sherry Leonard, Angela Mangum, Beth Massengale, Sharon McCoy, Emily Moore, Jackson Neal, Susan Phelps, Cherie Pullen, Pavelisa Salazar, Karen Smith, Scott Strufy, Bobby Thompson, Sandy Vick, Pamela Williams, Tara Williams, and Donna Wood. And for our Care Share giver, let's give all of these a hand. For our Care Share givers, Bryson Byer, Megan Bandy, Joanne Basinger, Jonathan Batchelor, Heather Bone, Jeffrey Bone, Jonathan Boone, who was also a Landmark giver as well, Joseph Bradshaw, Ann Brantley, Ashton Burgess, Angel Carpenter, and we have one here, great, Jackie Chartier, Christy Collier, Beverly Cooper, Lynette Cooper, Tony Denson, Morgan Dowdy, Janice Evans, Scott Farmer, who was also a landmark giver as well. Bryant Fisher, Andrea Giddens, Barbara Green, Andy Hagee, who was also a landmark giver as well. Amy Hamlet, Tammy Jones, Vicki Jones, Frida Joyner, County Manager Z. Lamb, who was also a landmark giver, Brittany Long, Edward Long, Kevin Marks, Brandon Medina, Shay Neal, Charles Nelms, Kimberly Nicholson, Kathy Ordez, Mike Phillips, Shannon Phillips, Amy Pittman, Christopher Pittman, Sam Pridgeon, Scott Rogers, who was also a landmark giver as well, Stacy Schatzer, who was also a landmark giver as well, Kimberly Shields, Amber Specht, Erica Stillman, Doris Sumner, Bill Trimmer, Don Ulrich, Michael Vance, Sam Weeks, and Charles Wood. Okay, let's give all of these a hand. And for our landmark givers, we have, once again, Jonathan Boone, Commissioner Robbie Davis, Scott Farmer, Andy Hagee, Amy Hamlet, Tammy Jones, Z. Lamb, Brandon Medina, Shay Neal, Scott Rogers, Stacy Schatzer, and Doris Sumner. And let's give all of these a hand. We do have a couple of awards that we would like to, I guess we'll present these later.
No, we can present those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We do have a few departmental awards that we'd like to present to recognize some outstanding service during the campaign. First of all, we had one department that went above and beyond in their effort to raise money for our campaign, and that was our Social Services Department. They get the Extra Effort Award for promoting an Employee Jeans Day to raise additional funds. So we'll ask someone from the Social Services Department to come accept this award. And each year we compare the percentage of giving within the departments to see if there's an increase or decrease and kind of keep some statistics in that area. And this year we had one department that was phenomenal in their amount of increase in giving based on the percentage of participants in the department. This department increased in their giving by 794%, which is fantastic. And I'd like to call Adam Tyson to come up and accept this for the planning department. Great job, buddy. And the last award that we have is to recognize each of the departments who met the 35% campaign goal. So I'm just going to read the various departments, and this award will be kept in the county manager's office area. But we do want to recognize each of these departments. First of all, administration, the commissioners, which we thank you, the finance department, human resources, information technology, planning, public utilities, water maintenance, recreation and senior services, register of deeds, soil and water, tax, tourism, and veteran services. So let's give each of these a hand for meeting our 35%.
Chairman, may I speak?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. I would just like to thank each of y'all for giving us the opportunity to spend time outside of our offices to promote the United Way. As y'all know, 24 different agencies throughout the area benefit from the United Way of the Tar River region. And I want to give special thanks to Anderson Kirkland and his staff and everybody on the committee. But I also want to recognize our new president of the United Way of the Tar River region. And I know most of you know this, but it is our own Jonathan Boone. And we appreciate him serving as president and representing the county like he does. Thank you so much.
All right, that was a great presentation, and I quickly realized it would have been impossible to hand those out anyway with the number on the list and the number of white tags we have there in the chairs. But we'll move on now to item number 13, which is our 2019-2020 audit presentation. And I'll call on our Finance Director, Donna Wood, for this presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to welcome and introduce Stuart Hill. He's CPA and Audit Manager for Thompson Price Scott & Adams. He'll be presenting the highlights of the Nash County fiscal year 2019-2020 annual audit. And after his presentation, if the Board of Commissioners would accept the audit, I would greatly appreciate that. So.
Good morning, Mr. Hill. Welcome back to Nash County, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir, and thank you, Donald. And to the board, we appreciate once again, as always, the opportunity to do your 2019-2020 audit. And as always, your staff has been so cooperative and efficient and do a great job. So we appreciate that as well. You should have an audit presentation summary, and that's what we typically go by to just summarize some of the things that we need to for this purpose of presenting to the board. You should also have the full audit report, maybe not with you right there. You may have it, I'm not sure, but all these numbers and figures and charts that you see in this presentation summary comes from the data that's in the full audit report. So we'll just stick with the presentation summary for time's sake. So if you move over after the first cover pages there to page 1 of the actual thing is the letter. It's called what we call our letters to governance. And that's basically the things that we're required to put forth, this simple stuff. Basically, you have an unmodified opinion, which means your opinion is clean, again, as always. And we also have to acknowledge that your finance procedures are proper and any estimated things in the accounting is reasonable. So those things, as always, are fine. We didn't have any problems or issues doing the audit. The information was available, the staff was available, and made it go smooth for us. So you didn't have any findings in the finance portion. The compliance section, there was about 3 items that we noted that has already been addressed with staff, and already measures are being taken to correct those small things. It was insignificant in terms of any dollar amounts, just making sure some things are filed in the proper places and that sort of thing. So that was not a huge issue, but with that's in this letter. It talks about it in the letter on page 2, down near the bottom. And if you want to read up on any of those for the details in the full audit report, it details that starting on page 165 of the full audit. So with that, I'm going to flip over to page 4, I believe. where we start seeing the numbers. We won't read through all these numbers. These are the numbers that came out of the audit report. That's the basis for the charts that start on page 6. So if we go to page 6 in the presentation summary, the first chart is a chart that's reflecting your total fund balance, the available portion of the fund balance, and the unassigned portions of the fund balance. So the fund balance basically is the difference between your assets and your liabilities. In simple terms, the amount that would be the total fund balance. The amount that's available is the total fund balance less restrictions by state statute. And the unassigned is the fund balance decreased by the restrictions for state statute and the other things you've already committed or spoken for. So that's those categories and breakdowns. So you can see for a 5-year period, in 2016, your total fund balance was about $40 million. In 2020, it's up to $42 million. In 2016, your available fund balance was $33.6 million, and in 2020, it's $34 million. And the unassigned fund balance in 2016 was $27 million, and in 2020, it's about $25.8 million. The second chart on page 6 at the bottom is basically an analysis of the fund balance as a percentage of the general fund expenditures. And that's the total fund balance available and unassigned. So you can see that in 2016, it was 37.7%, and in 2020, it's 36.83% for the available, and for the unassigned, the 2016 percentage was 30.62, and in 2020, it's 27.92%. On page 7, we go into your collection percentages for your ad valorem taxes, and you can see the 5-year trend there. 2016, it was 98.5%, and in 2020, it's 99.06%. I think your county has about 96,000 in population, and so we compared that with other counties across North Carolina in your same population range, and you can see that in 2016, the state range was 97.93, and 2019 was 98.13. We don't have 2020 because they don't have those numbers collated yet. So that's how you compare to other counties of similar size. At the bottom, we have the actual property valuations and the levy amounts. The red bars represent the valuation, the blue ones the levy amount. In 2016, your property values were $7.3 billion, and in 2020, it's $7.9 billion. The actual levies in 2016 was $48.8 million, and in 2020, it's $52.8 million. On page 8, we're breaking down in categories your general fund revenues by categories, and so you can see that the highest category of revenues are your ad valorem taxes. The second largest category is the local option sales tax or other taxes in the red there. That's basically made up primarily of the local option sales taxes. And then third is the intergovernmental revenue. That would be things like grants and some beer and wine and ABC taxes that come from the state or are distributed from the state. And then on page 9, we're doing the same concept with the expenditures as opposed to the revenues. And you can see in the expenditures that your largest category of expenditures is actually in education. Second largest is public safety, and then third is human services. And the percentages of those expenditures are noted on the sheet as you see there. And with that, those are the highlighted categories that we use in our presentation summary. You know, it's once again a good year from an audit perspective. And so we just are thrilled and happy to have the opportunity to do it, and certainly would entertain any questions. If you have any now or later, you can get with Donna. She can get in touch with us, and we'll follow up with you.
Any commissioner have a question of Mr. Hill at this time? Mr. Belfield?
Yeah, in connection with fund balance and unrestricted, I know you have a minimum as far as dropping. Do you ever get to a maximum where you want to do something else, moving resources in other directions?
Well, basically that, if you have a fund balance policy that you already have, that the finance department should make sure that they stay within that policy. It's basically up to you guys as to what you want. And now the arguments that would be one way or the other, you want to be a strong county, but you don't want to have just a boatload of fund balance because somebody's going to say, well, you need to drop your taxes or what have you. But, I mean, that's where you want to do and if that's the case, that may be what you should do. I'm not saying which is the right way to do it, but there's balances there that you want to maintain to be strong, but you don't want it to be excessive. Let's put it that way.
One question I had, I'm always asked one question. What is the one thing that concerned you the most about our audit? The one thing that concerned you the most?
Honestly, we've been doing this for a few years now, and your staff is top-notch. The things that would concern us, not specifically for Nash County, but for all of them, it's a lot of stuff, to going on, especially with this COVID stuff and all of these things that's coming from the state, and you don't always have all the regulations and guidelines of what you can do with some of that stuff until after the fact. And so you might have not followed the restrictions because you didn't have the restrictions at that point. So those things can happen, but typically that's not a Nash County specific item. And so that's, and also within any counties, it's impossible to catch everything that could go wrong. Nobody, if they tell you that they have caught everything that's wrong, they're probably not being honest.
Understood.
Because it's going to be, there's stuff like that will be there, but if you got your policies and procedures in place and they're being followed, you're doing as well as any that we do. So.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb, do you have a question or a comment?
Some comments.
Yes,
just
sir.
Briefly. And this is mainly for the commissioners, particularly our new commissioner, Mr. Arrington, and the public watching on TV. First of all, thank you for this summary. Sure. And I encourage everyone to read when you're really don't have anything else to do, this entire document. It is very informative. It lets you know exactly what county government does and all our funds. I do want to say just briefly about the fund balance. As a rule, the Local Government Commission recommends counties, smaller counties, to have 25% counties of a fund balance. Our size counties, about 15 or 2 months fund balance, and the largest counties, generally 1 month fund balance. We have, through the years, long before I was here, maintained a very high fund balance. And part of that was Floyd. When Floyd came, we eventually got reimbursed a bunch of FEMA money, but we had to have that money up front, and we're talking, I believe it's 12 to $14 million in outlays the county had to put out there. So the reason the county has...
We use 63%.
Huh?
We use 63%, if I remember correctly.
And it is so important that we have that fund balance. The commissioners have, because you can see where it got up on page 6 to the 40% available and 34% unassigned. Just in the past couple years, the commissioners have chosen, instead of creating debt, to do certain projects like purchasing new ambulances, the internet project, and some other things that we could have gone to borrow money and pay for it over 3 to 10, 15 years. Because of the high fund balance, the commissioners have made the decision, don't create new debt for smaller items. And when I say smaller, I mean $1 million or less. So that is partially reflected in that reduction, but still at 36 or 27 unassigned, we are way above where our policy as a county is, which is 15%, to maintain at least a 15% fund balance. The collections, everyone knows this has been a just unbelievable year. I had anticipated that because of the pandemic, our collections were going to take a dip just because people were out of work. But quite frankly, we found people took their stimulus checks and came and paid their taxes. And Doris, I can't give her enough credit. She's been with us ever since I've been here, and you can see that our tax collections have gone to 99.06%. Just real estate and personal property is almost 98.9%. I forget the figure. It's not in this chart. But and the other good thing I just want to stress is the property values. The total value of property in Nash County has gone up each of the last few years by about $200 million. And that has allowed us to, at the same tax rate that y'all have maintained for 12 years, 67 cents, to increase our levy amount. And you can see that ad valorem taxes now on page 8 actually constitute the highest I've ever seen it, and that's 57.2% of our total collections. And as we discussed at the last meeting, this year confirms what we had talked about at the last meeting, and that is between public safety, education, and human services, we're about the same. And some counties are able to spend more on one than the other, or have to spend more on one than the others. But 80% almost of our entire budget is going towards the core education, which includes community colleges, public safety, which we appreciate more than ever after Deputy Allison's situation, and EMS coming to there in a timely manner and doing all they could. It's such an important part of county government. And then human services, this past year, where DSS was used to 300 or 400 new applications a year, for several months, they saw like 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 new applications for Medicaid and assistance. So you can see that we're equally divided between those three functions. And I just want to thank our auditor, and also want to thank our finance director, Donna Wood, and her staff. Very professional. They do a great job. They keep us all straight. Sometimes we have people that don't know the purchasing laws and different aspects of state purchasing, and she makes sure we know exactly what we can do and what we can't do. So I just want to thank her and her staff, and thank all our department heads for maintaining their budgets throughout the year as they should. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being with us this year. Mr. Lamb, the one thing I'd like to add to what you said is the board and the administration has used a large part of the increase in assessed value to put back in its most valuable asset, which is human resources and the people we have with the county. Whenever we saw fit that we could do that, so.
And I will add, just in the last 3 years, the commissioners have done better than any county I know of for our employees. 5% increase, 5% increase, and this October did another 3%. That's pretty unheard of, and we still have areas where we can improve, but I appreciate the commissioner's support for our staff, and I get emails from staff members all the time thanking the commissioners for what y'all have done for them. Thank you.
I sincerely believe that the job that our employees do, particularly in some departments or all departments, are the main reason that our total assessed value continue to go up each year. When people get treated well in this building and the other buildings that we have, they are certainly willing to invest in Nash County, and that's what helps us grow. And we're pleased to be able to put a big significant part of that back in our employees, which is always going to be our most valuable asset. Any other comments from commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept this audit.
Make a motion to accept.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Mr. Wood, audit stands accepted. And it is, at this time, I've been asked to call for about a 10-minute recess, so we'll recess at this time. We'll be right back to start our public hearings, item number 14. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would note, Ms. Wells left with an excused absence for future voting. And we're now on item number 14, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing on conditional use rezoning, request CU 201-101 for an event and conference venue on South Halifax Road. I'll call on our planning director, Adam Tyson, at this time to make the presentation on the request. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. As the chairman said, this is a conditional use rezoning request for an event and conference venue. As the board knows, we've been working on crafting regulations for an event and conference venue over the past few months, and then this would be our first time applying those regulations. As you can see on the screen, the subject property is a 10.2 acre portion of a 14.64 acre tract of land. The portion that is to be rezoned is highlighted in red on the aerial photo on the left and also highlighted in red on the zoning map on the right. It's owned by Turner Lee Votipka and Jacqueline Gatton Votipka. It's located on the east side of South Halifax Road on the southwest side of the city of Rocky Mount. As you can see from the zoning map on the right, it is split between two zoning jurisdictions. The light green, which follows South Halifax Road, is R20, medium density residential. And then the darker green that covers the majority of the property is R30, single and two-family residential. Also noted on the map is the fact that this property is immediately adjacent and to the north of Allen's Nursery, which is just below it on the map, the immediately adjacent property at 2817 South Halifax Road. You'll note that Allen's Nursery, despite it being a commercial land use, is located in a residential zoning district. That's because it's a legal, non-conforming commercial land use that predates the adoption of zoning regulations by the county. The subject site that we're looking at is currently undeveloped and has been recently partially cleared of trees. We'll proceed on to the actual zoning boundary map that's been provided by the applicant. The property owner, Mr. Turner Votipka, has submitted conditional use rezoning request CU 201-101 in order to rezone the subject property from the mixture of R20 and R30 to RCCU, specifically for the development of an event and conference venue facility to be known as Factory 633. You'll note here that there is a 4.44 acre portion of the subject parcel that is not included in the rezoning area and will remain zoned for potential residential use by the property owner in the future. And so that the majority of that property to remain residential is on the right-hand side of your screen in the rear of the area to be rezoned. And then if you follow along the northern property boundary, there's a small strip that connects that property to a foot at the road, at South Halifax Road on the left-hand side of your screen. The ordinance defines an event and conference venue as, quote, an establishment that is available to the general public for hosting weddings, receptions, conferences, parties, business meetings, social gatherings, and similar indoor or outdoor events. The board adopted regulations to allow such uses on May 4th, 2020, and then revised those regulations, specifically a specific separation distance on November 2, 2020. And an event and conference venue is permitted in a commercial zone with the conditional use permit and subject to the required development standards. Due to the nature of this as a conditional use rezoning request, the development of the property will be limited to just the proposed event and conference venue facility only, and that would only be permitted in accordance with the approved site plan, which we're going to review, and any reasonable site-specific conditions that the board attaches to the approval. The next screen shows you the general areas that have been recently cleared of vegetation. You'll note that the property owner has left a perimeter of vegetation on the north and south sides. And then there is an area of vegetation that's left between the area to be rezoned in the front and the area that might potentially be used as a personal residence in the rear of the property. The site plan that we're looking at has been prepared by Matt Gay Associates, and you'll see that there's a relatively long driveway coming off of South Halifax Road that leads to the facility. And we will zoom in on the facility itself for the remainder of the description. It proposes a 6,000 square foot building with a projected maximum occupancy of 271 persons. That was designed specifically to avoid the required installation of fire sprinklers. The plan also includes a proposed outdoor concrete patio area on the north side of the building. And that would be the building itself right there, and then the outdoor patio area on the north side right there. Although Rocky Mount Municipal Public Water is available to the property along the adjacent South Halifax Road right-of-way, the developer plans to utilize a private on-site well and septic system. And a soil scientist has identified a suitable septic system site in this area right here. And then on the larger site plan, there is a well site identified to the north of what we're looking at here. Since this is a quasi-judicial public hearing, for the record, I'd like to go through the specific development standards that the board has adopted for event and conference venues and comment on how this application satisfies them. The first requirement is that the property must be zoned A1, RC, or GC. And of course, the property has been requested for rezoning to the RCCU Rural Commercial Conditional Use Zoning District, which would permit the development of an event and conference venue with the issuance of the requested conditional use permit. Letter B, an event and conference venue should be located on a property with a lot area of at least 10 acres, and the subject property to be rezoned has a lot area of 10.2 acres, exceeding the minimum area requirement. Principal access to the event and conference venue must be from a paved collector or higher capacity road. Principal access in this case is from South Halifax Road, a paved and state-maintained secondary public road right-of-way with an estimated annual average daily traffic of 5,600 vehicle trips per day. The primary structures used to host events and/or any outdoor event use areas shall be located: A, no closer than 200 feet to the property line of an immediately adjacent agriculturally zoned, residentially zoned, and/or residentially used property unless the property already includes a legally established commercial or industrial land use. So of course, the Allen's Nursery property that would be toward the bottom of your screen is a legally established commercial land use. So the 200-foot separation distance would apply to the north toward the top of the screen and to the east toward the right-hand side of the screen. The closest property line would be the one to the north, and this dashed line right here represents a separation distance of 218 feet. So that 218 is in excess of the minimum 200-foot requirement, and you'll notice that behind that line is not only the building that will host events, but also the outdoor concrete patio area. And so the site plan is compliant with that requirement. And then on the western and southern side, the left side of the screen and the bottom of the screen, there would be no closer than 50 feet to the property line of an immediately adjacent office and institutionally, commercially, or industrially zoned or used property, provided that the property is not residentially used. And of course, the nursery is a commercially used property, and these dashed lines here and here indicate a minimum 50-foot separation distance. Number 2, parking spaces and loading areas may be located within the required distance. You'll note that there are parking spaces that are inside that required distance to the north, and then just the tip of the parking lot on the south is inside that 50-foot separation distance. Accessory structures with a gross floor area of less than 600 square feet shall be located in accordance with the standard minimum building setbacks required in the underlying zoning district. This building right here is a detached accessory storage building. However, it's located inside those larger setbacks, much farther from the property line than it would be required to be, so that is not a problem. Noise generated by the event and conference venue should be in accordance with the Nash County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16, Article 3, noise. And of course, noise complaints will be taken and responded to by the Nash County Sheriff's Office. Adequate parking spaces to accommodate the use of the event and conference venue shall be provided. And the submitted site plan proposes a total of 87 paved parking spaces, which exceeds the calculated minimum of 55 parking spaces based on the ordinance standards. And finally, screening. All structures, outdoor use areas, or parking and loading areas associated with the event and conference venue and located within 100 feet of an immediately adjacent lot, which is agriculturally zoned, residentially zoned, or residentially used, shall be screened in accordance with section 11-3.3. The only area where the facility gets within 100 feet of an adjacent property line is along the southern boundary, which of course is near the Allen's Nursery operation. And you'll note in a very light dashed line here, there's a 25-foot buffer area that is designated for existing and preserved vegetation to stay and meet the required screening. The screening requirement along that side of the facility. Moving on, we have a floor plan for the proposed facility. You have a foyer here, some restrooms, you have a bar facility right here, a groom's quarters and a bride's quarters, and then a kitchen in here. And so it is a setup to host a variety of events, including weddings and wedding receptions. The applicant has provided some architectural renderings of the exterior of the building. That would be the front of the facility as you come down the driveway from South Halifax Road. Then as we move to the right side of the building, this is the front entrance we were just looking at. You have a side door over here. And then along the rear of the facility, this is the detached storage building. And beyond this fence would be the outdoor patio area outside those doors right there. Of course, with every rezoning, we consider the land development plan and we consider concerns about spot zoning. The land development plan designates this property as suburban growth area. You'll see that this whole area is uniformly designated that way by the yellow color that takes up that entire map. The conditional use rezoning request is generally consistent with the recommendations of the plan because the LDP supports the development within this area of very limited non-residential commercial land uses which meet specific locational criteria, including frontage along and access to either a major state highway or secondary road, location at a major intersection, proximity to similar land uses, and spatial separation from non-compatible land uses such as existing residential development. So first of all, it is limited due to the conditional use nature of the rezoning. It means that the proposed event and conference venue facility would be the only land use that could be developed within this area, and it can only be developed in accordance with the site plan and any attached conditions. Next, the subject site's not located at a major intersection, but it does have frontage along and direct access to South Halifax Road, which we've already commented on is a fairly heavily traveled road. The subject site is located immediately adjacent to Allen's Nursery, which is an already existing non-residential commercial land use, and it will be located off the main road a substantial ways, as you saw the length of that driveway, with substantial spatial separation from any currently existing residential development. If we turn our attention to spot zoning, this would of course be considered spot zoning because it's not an expansion of an already existing commercial zoning district, and so you don't see any pink or red colors on this zoning map because it is uniformly residential in this area. However, spot zoning itself can easily be accomplished if the board considers it to be reasonable and justifies that decision. This could be considered reasonable spot zoning because as we've already established, it's generally consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan. The limited conditional use nature of the request will restrict its development to just what is proposed on the site plan. And that site plan provides substantial separation between the event and conference venue and the road right-of-way, as well as any residential development in order to mitigate the potential impacts of the facility. And then finally, the proposed event and conference venue facility is intended to provide a gathering space to benefit the local community. The Technical Review Committee considered conditional use rezoning request on October 29th and recommended approval, subject to some suggested conclusions with supporting findings of fact and development conditions that we'll cover shortly. The Planning Board considered conditional use rezoning request CU 201-101 on November 16th. One citizen, Miss Linda M. Hicks of 2895 South Halifax Road, which I believe is in this vicinity on the south side of Allen's Nursery, did attend the meeting and address the board in opposition to the request, stating a general desire for the area to remain residential in nature. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend 1, approval of consistency statement A for approval, 2, approval of the actual rezoning request to rezone the property to RCCU, and then finally approval of the conditional use permit itself, which will house any conditions that apply to the development. This is going to be a 3-motion process. So first, the board will adopt a consistency statement for the rezoning itself. Secondly, the board will either approve or deny rezoning the property to RCCU. And then finally, in motion 3, the board will be asked to approve or deny the conditional use permit that will specifically permit the development of the event and conference venue. Under motion number 3, I do want to cover for the record the suggested supporting findings of fact for an approval. Number 1, the proposed development will not materially endanger the public health or safety because the event and conference venue will be designed and constructed in accordance with all applicable safety standards and code requirements. Number 2, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property because the approved site plan requires substantial separation between the facility and the road right-of-way, as well as any nearby residential development. Number 3, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located because it is intended to provide a gathering space to benefit the local community and is located immediately adjacent to Allen's Nursery and already existing commercial land use. And then finally, as we've covered at length, it is in general conformity with the Nash County Land Development Plan. The suggested conditions, which are proposed by both the TRC and the Planning Board. Number 1, the subject of property is approved for the development of an event and conference venue facility only, and only in accordance with the approved site plan and the applicable ordinance requirements. Number 2, the vegetative landscape buffer shall be planted or preserved as depicted on the site plan and maintained, replaced, or supplemented as necessary. And then number 3 is just a list of the other documents and permits that will be required ahead of construction, including an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval by the state, a driveway permit by the NCDOT, a stormwater permit by Nash County, a wastewater and well permit by Nash County Environmental Health, and then finally zoning, building, and trade permits issued by the Planning and Inspections Department. This is a quasi-judicial public hearing, and so the speakers will need to be sworn in, starting with myself. The applicant and property owner, Mr. Turner Votipka, is present to address the board this morning. And before we move into the public hearing, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has for the staff.
Any questions from Commissioner of Mr. Tyson? I got a question. Mr. Arrington, go ahead.
Yes. You stated that the capacity be 271 people and that they will not be required to have a fire sprinkler system. What's the code? What's the maximum? How is that?
I believe it's 300 people.
299.
299.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Close.
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, well, I asked that question because when we built the Drake Center,
Yes, sir.
our capacity 145, and he said if we got 1 foot larger, we would need a sprinkler system. So either the ordinance has been changed.
The ordinance has not been changed. And the way that's calculated, Mr. Arrington, is on the number of square foot in the building and how many people can go in the square foot that you have. It really doesn't have much to do with the capacity itself. The capacity is signed by the inspector based on square footage.
Right, so this facility has more square footage than that facility that we have.
I would have to look at your thing to actually, I have a second job, chairman of the North Carolina Building Code Council.
Right.
That's why I would even know anything about this, but I'll be glad to take that up with you
Yeah.
and explain the difference in it.
Right, well, you were here, and I was asking that question because that was the statement that we were given, that because of the safety involved, that we would be required for square footage, space, if it was the amount that you had, so.
I'll be glad to relook at your situation and see what the difference is, but the ordinance has not changed.
Okay. All right, that was my question.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Mr. Lamb, any questions? Okay. I entertain a motion to go into a quasi-judicial hearing on this matter at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public quasi-judicial hearing at this time, and if there's any member of the public that wishes to speak for or against this item, we would ask that you come up and be sworn in one at a time, and Mr. Tyson, we'll start with you, if that's okay. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Topeka, are you intending to speak, sir? Absolutely. No, I asked you to come up this time, Z. Feel right spraying the Bible, does it, Mr.
I know, it feels kind of weird.
Is it?
Good morning. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys all.
Excuse me one moment, if you could. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this item?
Preferably 4.
What's that?
I said preferably 4.
Preferably 4, understand. No, it seems not to be, so please go ahead.
I appreciate you guys hearing me out today and listening to us, and I appreciate all the work you guys have done with me so far. This is my third time here, and it's all gone smoothly so far. And also thank you, Adam, for all of the talking you just did. There's no way I could ever convey any of that information. So you guys have seen what the building is and all these things, but I think there's also an important aspect of the community aspect that we're going to bring. My wife and I do live here in Rocky Mount. We live in Nashville and stuff, and Nash County is very important to us, and the community here is very important to us. And so we're not people moving here to build some business just to make money on the area. We actually intend to live in the back half of the property because we really want to be involved in the community there, which was actually what Ms. Linda Hicks had a complaint about, and we talked to her afterwards, and she felt much more peace about it. But for us, our goal, and we believe a good society is based on the foundation of marriage. And so we've taken upon ourselves to build this business to hopefully impact marriages at the early stages. That's one major aspect. And so we think if we can help build eternal marriages, it builds a better community, it helps build better businesses, it builds a better society. And with that, we hope to build our venue so other people can also benefit from it by having their own little small businesses, catering companies, photography companies, all sorts of other businesses. And we think that can help benefit marriages, and financial issues tend to lead to divorce. That's one of the leading causes, and so we want to combat that as well. And then the other bigger plan we have is doing community events regularly, such as swing dancing and movie nights and all kinds of things like that. These are sort of the main business structure we have is weddings and community things for families to be able to come to, because in Rocky Mount in Nashville, there's just not that many things for families to just go out and do together that's wholesome and builds the family and lets parents play with their kids and things like that. And so this is the area we saw kind of faltering, and we wanted to come in and try and build that up again. We think that's a long-lasting effect, hopefully, and we pray. But this is what we feel God's called us to do, and it's going to take some risk on our part, and whatever you guys can help us out with in this time to be able to rezone it, this is the first step, and it kind of gears us forward. So we appreciate, if you pass it, you pass it. If you don't, we'll move on and find something new, but we appreciate you guys taking time to listen to us today.
Thank
You guys have any
Turner.
questions for me, anything?
Any questions of the applicant? Seem to be fine. Turner.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here again today. I hope you realized the process when you started this. Any more questions of staff at this time? All right, first, Mr. Belfield.
Well, in reading the planning board, the hearing that they had was one person that spoke against the project. And that person's concerns, have they been addressed?
Yeah, Mr. Vertipka just stated that he met with that individual after the planning board meeting, and his account was that she felt much better about the project after that discussion.
All right, this time I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now closed. The first action the board will need to take is to call for a motion to adopt a consistency statement, or have I gone too far down?
You're absolutely right.
Okay. That seems like,
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement A for approval.
all right, we have a motion for consistency statement A. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The second action we would need is a motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the zoning map amendment.
Have a motion and a second by Commissioner Combs, a motion by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Now, the third one, we need a motion to approve or deny the conditional use permit request. It needs to include the finding of facts 1 through 4 and conditions 1 through 3 as stated by Mr. Tyson during his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the conditional use permit, including conclusions and supporting findings of facts, which Mr. Tyson went over, and they're also listed in the agenda 1 through 4.
All right, a motion has been made. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
second by Commissioner Combs, Commissioner Leggett at the same time. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? All stand approved, sir. Congratulations. Move to the next step, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make a brief statement. I appreciate Turner's patience in working through this process, and I want to say welcome to the community. It's a great community, and I know you're going to add a lot of value to the community. Thank you, sir.
Really like the explanation of what you were doing this for. Can't understate, you can't be understated how much that is sorely needed, as you well know. All right, so with that said, I need to check one thing I did a little bit earlier with the attorney. I'm sitting here thinking if I did it properly. Excuse Ms. Wells, did that need a vote of the board, or as chair, can I excuse her as I did? Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't misstep there. We hadn't had that happen too much. All right, we'll now move on to item number 15, which is another public hearing for general rezoning request Z20-1101 to rezone 9 acres beside the Glover Milling Company at 3038 West Horns Church Road and to rural commercial, and this is in Commissioner Leggett's district, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Okay.
This is a general rezoning, and so it'll be a legislative public hearing without all the procedural requirements for the quasi-judicial that we just held. One thing I want to note at the beginning is that you're going to see that there's a discrepancy between the recommendation of the Technical Review Committee and the recommendation of the Planning Board. Both bodies agree that this is a good potential commercial site. The only disagreement is to how broad the permission that should be granted by the commissioners. And so, of course, you're here to weigh both sides this morning and to make a decision. The subject property is outlined in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map. It's an approximately 9-acre tract of land owned by William E. Glover. It's on the northeast side of West Horns Church Road and the southeast side of Green Pond Loop Road in the R40 single-family residential zoning district. And this uniform green color here represents the R40 residential zoning district. Property is located northeast of the town of Bailey and is immediately adjacent to the existing Glover Milling Company at 3038 West Horns Church Road, which is just to the southeast on both maps right there, is indicated with the label for the Glover Milling Company. That is also a legal, non-conforming industrial land use, and so it predates zoning. If it were to be built today, it would require a general industrial zoning district, but of course it's grandfathered in because of how old it is and how long it's been established in that particular location. The subject property is also located immediately adjacent to an existing residential dwelling right here on the corner of those two roads at 3132 West Horns Church Road. As you can see from the aerial photo, the property is currently undeveloped and used for agricultural cropland. The subject property has access to Nash County Public Water Service via an existing 6-inch water line along West Horns Church Road. The property owner, Mr. William E. Glover, has submitted general rezoning request Z201101 in order to rezone the subject property from R40 to RC, rural commercial, for potential future commercial development. And one of the potential uses that are currently being considered would be self-storage warehouses. The requested RC rural commercial zoning district is, quote, primarily intended to accommodate limited retail, office, service, and medium-density residential uses, and it's typically located in the intersection area of rural roads and intended to provide moderate-intensity shopping and services. Next in the presentation is an excerpt from the table of permitted uses found in the Unified Development Ordinance that lists the full range of land uses permitted in both the R40, which is the current zoning district, which is this column right here, and the proposed RC zoning district, which is the far right-hand column. And highlighted in yellow is every land use that is not permitted in the current residential zoning district that would become permitted under some review process with the approval of the requested rezoning. And so there are multiple pages here of commercial uses that would become potentially permitted uses with the approval of the general rezoning. Of course, any future commercial development on the subject property that would be located within 100 feet of an immediately adjacent residentially zoned or used property would require visual screening buffers. Typically, those are landscaped, but they could also be opaque fencing. We turn our attention to the land development plan, and much like the last one, this particular area is designated as suburban growth area. It is not, I'll note, designated as an area that's encouraged currently for broad commercial development. The request is consistent with some recommendations of the plan and inconsistent with others. It is consistent with the recommendations because the property has frontage and direct access along West Orange Church Road and Green Pond Loop Road, which are both state-maintained secondary public rights-of-way. It's consistent because the subject property is located near the intersection of two rural roads, West Orange Church and Green Pond Loop Road. And it's consistent, finally, because of its location immediately adjacent to an already existing non-residential land use, which is the previously established Glover Milling Company. However, it's also inconsistent with the land development plan because, as I stated, the land development plan does not specifically identify this area as a rural commercial area where commercial development is to be broadly encouraged. Therefore, it recommends that any non-residential land uses established in this area be, quote, very limited in nature. In practice, what this typically means is that an applicant will use a conditional use rezoning to limit themselves to one or a handful of permitted uses that they want to develop on the property, and then propose that as part of a conditional use rezoning with an approved site plan that would permit the development with a little more oversight than the broad commercial use that would be approved by a general rezoning. Also, the subject property does not have necessarily the significant spatial separation from the immediately adjacent residential dwelling at 3132 that the plan would typically recommend. So you have this residential lot right here that's surrounded on two sides by the subject property. Now, that particular property owner's feelings is a separate issue, but the plan does recommend a little more substantial separation distance between an existing home and a broad permission for commercial development. One thing to keep in mind is that under the current general statutes, it's not necessarily a problem that the land use plan doesn't support the request, because if you feel that it's justified as a board, North Carolina General Statute 160D 605A says that if you rezone this property to rural commercial as requested, then it will automatically establish a rural commercial area for this property on the land use plan. And so the state statutes have been revised so that the land use plan tracks along with your rezoning decision. And so if you don't decide that it is consistent with the plan, but you decide to go forward anyway, the land use plan will be updated to establish this property as an area that is encouraged for broad commercial development. We turn our attention to spot zoning. We go back to the aerial photo and the zoning map. Of course, this also would be considered spot zoning because it's not an expansion of an already existing commercial zoning district. However, it could be considered reasonable spot zoning, mostly because of its location next to the large and already previously established industrial land use of the Glover Milling Company. Alternatively, the board might find that it's unreasonable spot zoning because of the large degree of difference between the residential land uses that are currently permitted in the surrounding residential zone and that broad range of commercial uses we reviewed that would be permitted in the general rural commercial zone. And then the subject property, as we noted earlier, does not have significant spatial separation from that one existing home on the corner. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on October 29, 2020, and recommended denial, instead recommending that the applicant proceed with a conditional use rezoning. The committee found that the range of commercial land uses that may be developed in this requested zone is too broad to meet the land use plan recommendation for the establishment of only, quote, very limited non-residential land uses. and the list of uses is too different from those uses that are currently permitted in the surrounding residential zoning district. A conditional use rezoning request would limit the commercial development of the property to just a specifically identified land use or land uses, and of course, limit it to an approved site plan. The committee also cited similar situations where property owners have developed self-storage warehouse businesses through a conditional use rezoning instead of a general rezoning. That includes the Spring Hope Mini Storage at 3091 South NC Highway 581, which was established in 2010, and the Highway 58 North Mini Storage at 4671 North NC 58, established in 2016. The Planning Board considered general rezoning request Z201-101 on November 16th. No members of the public, other than a representative for the applicant, addressed the board with regard to this request. Noting the lack of any evident public opposition, as well as the fact that much of the surrounding property is currently owned by either the applicant or the applicant's family, the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend, number one, approval of consistency statement A for approval, and number two, approval of the request to rezone the subject property from R40 to RC. This is just going to be a two-motion process. The board will need to adopt a consistency statement, and the staff has prepared those for both approval or denial, and then a second motion to actually approve or deny the zoning map amendment. And of course, there's a note there that if the zoning map amendment is approved, that would concurrently amend the land use future land development map to establish this particular property as a rural commercial area instead of its current designation as suburban growth area. Mr. Jimmy Glover, the manager of the Glover Milling Company and the property owner's son, is here with us today to represent the application. I'll note that Mr. Glover currently serves as a member of our planning board, but of course he recused himself from this particular decision as was appropriate. And I'll be glad to take any staff questions before we open the public hearing.
Questions of commissioners? Tyson, a couple that I had, you made a statement about the residents there that the feeling separation was a separate issue. What did you mean by that statement?
What I mean is that the land use plan recommends that if you develop broadly with a broad list of commercial land uses, you should have substantial separation from any existing dwellings. On the other hand, what I guess I was referring to is the fact that the owner and occupant of that property was notified of both the planning board meeting and today's public hearing and has not registered any particular complaint about the proposal.
So you mentioned that quite a bit of the property was surrounding this was owned by the applicant. Is that house not one of them?
Correct.
It is not one of them?
It is not one of them.
That's the only thing they don't.
Okay, all right. And then the statute change that you referred to about automatically updating the land use plan, when did that take place?
I'm not exactly sure, but it is definitely included in the 160D update that is currently effective. I believe it predated it. I don't think it's new with the 160D overhaul, but I also don't think that we have been confronted with a situation that would fit its application until today.
Have we been doing that?
Typically, we rezone consistently with the recommendations of the plan. And so since that rule has taken effect, I'm not sure that we've had a situation where we rezoned, where we found it to be not consistent with all the recommendations of the plan, but decided to do it anyway.
Okay. I think we might have had one or two possibly. All right, and then you said the potential intended use. I guess the applicant just wanted the open rezoning. That discussion was held about doing that, but he just.
One of the things the applicant is considering is the self-storage warehouses, but he does not have a complete plan for the property, and so the flexibility that the general rezoning would allow is certainly attractive to him.
Okay. Mr. Lamb, do you have any questions?
No.
Entertain a motion for public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a regular public hearing at this time. And if there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning request, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. If you would come forward, state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Jim.
Commissioners, ladies, oh, we're missing one. Appreciate your time, appreciate your consideration. Our family has lived in this general area since 19...
Let me get you to state your name
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
address
I'm
just
Jimmy
for the clerk.
Jimmy Glover. I'm from Bailey, North Carolina, 2989 West Horns Church Road.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's fine. Anyway, I appreciate your time. Anyway, our family has lived in this general area since 1929. My dad's 91 years old, and I'm representing him today. In the last few years, we decided we need to utilize our property a little bit different, and that's why we're here today, to get this general rezoning request through, so we can figure out exactly how we want to use that piece of property. If you'll note on the screen there that my property, my home, is directly across the street from Glover Milling Company. We do own the property next to me and the surrounding stuff. I just want everybody to know that since I'm right in front of this property, I do want to point out that I'm not going to do anything too stupid, too foolish, because I got to look at it. But anyway, is there any questions?
Any questions of the applicant? And I hope you understand, Mr. Glover, I know you do because of your service to the county. When we rezone something, we can't look at the individual and where they live, et cetera.
I understand.
It goes
Just
with the
want-
land. But
That's
with
fine,
that said,
whatever.
But I appreciate you being here this morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishes to speak? Ms. Tyson, anything else you need to tell us?
No, sir.
Okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? We are now out of the public hearing and be glad to have any discussion from the board or entertain a motion for consistency statement.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett.
I move to accept the recommendation of the planning board and adopt consistency statement A to adopt the rezoning request.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt consistency statement A. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, and a second. Is there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. Next motion we need is a motion to approve or deny the text of,
Zoning map.
approve or deny the text amendment, I guess.
The
That's
zoning
a
map.
misstatement. To approve or deny the change in the zoning.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett.
I move to approve the request for rezoning from R40 to rural commercial.
Have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved and the property stands rezoned. And my agenda is correct. Stacy, I see you looking hard. I had jumped down one line item. Sorry about that. All right, we're now on item number 16, and it is another public hearing on the UDO text amendment request 2011-01 to increase the maximum permit expiration extension period. I think this particular item may be one that the Commissioner Board asked for itself.
Indeed it was. The board will recall every now and then being asked to extend a conditional use permit. Specifically, it's usually in the case of a solar farm project that is continuing to develop. This would give the board the option of approving it or extending it for longer periods of time. If we review what the current ordinance requires or allows zoning, special use, and sign permits typically expire 6 months after they're issued, and conditional use permits have a vested right, typically expire 2 years after issuance if the development activity authorized has not yet substantially commenced. The ordinance allows whoever the permit issuing authority for each permit is to extend that permit's expiration date, currently for a period up to 6 additional months. If it concludes that 1, the permit has not yet expired, 2, the permit recipient has proceeded with due diligence and in good faith, and 3, conditions have not changed so substantially as to warrant a new application. There's no limit on the number of successive permit extensions that may be granted for a particular project, and these permit extensions may be granted without the submittal of any new applications or fees, without holding any further public hearings, provided that there are no changes proposed to the design of the project. A permit extension does not alter any of the conditions attached to the original permit, which shall remain in effect. However, as I noted, some development projects, particularly large solar farms, take much longer than the 2-year vested right period to begin construction due to the complex approval process involving the utility provider and the North Carolina Utilities Commission. As a result, this board's been asked to revisit some of these projects every 6 months during that multi-year development process to grant the extensions necessary to keep the permits valid. Therefore, the board requested the submittal and consideration of this text amendment request A201101 below in order to increase the maximum time period for which a permit issuing authority may extend the expiration date of a permit from 6 months to 1 year at a time. The actual language of the text amendment is very simple, and it's on the screen before you. It simply replaces the phrase 6 months with 1 year in 2 particular locations of that paragraph. The proposed text amendment will provide greater flexibility for whoever the permit issuing authority is to extend a permit up to the maximum new time period of 1 year. However, it also creates no new obligation for the permit issuing authority because extensions for shorter time periods still remain an option at its discretion. So although 1 year is the new maximum, this board or any other permit issuing authority working on behalf of the county could choose for a particular situation to extend a permit. Well, first of all, they could choose not to extend the permit, but if they do choose to extend it, they could extend it for any time period up to a year. They wouldn't be forced to do the full year. You could do 6 months, you could do 1 month. Anything less than that would still remain acceptable. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on October 29th and recommended approval. Planning Board considered the request on November 16th. No members of the public addressed the board with regard to this request. Planning Board therefore voted unanimously to recommend approval of Consistency Statement A for approval, and then approval of the actual text amendment to increase that time period from 6 months to 1 year. Like the previous item, this will need a consistency statement followed by a motion to actually approve or deny the specific language of the text amendment. And that's it.
Questions of Mr. Tyson? Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing to consider this text amendment, which would move the time for a special use permit from 6 months to 12 months or anything in between that the board chooses to do. Anyone here wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. There's a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of adopt consistency statement A for the text amendment request.
Have a motion to approve consistency statement A as stated. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Motion by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. We now need a motion to approve or deny the text amendment itself.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the text amendment request.
Motion by Commissioner Outlaw for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That change in the text amendments is hereby approved. Next item is a request for extension conditional use permit CU 141102 for the Spring Hope 2 solar farm request. And I think this, don't recall whose district this is in, is it?
Commissioner Combs.
Combs, okay. Ms. Dodson?
So this item is directly related to the text amendment. It just so happens that this particular conditional use permit for a solar farm is scheduled to expire on January 5th, 2017, and although they are close to commencing construction, they're not quite there yet. This conditional use permit was issued on January 5, 2015 for the development of 3 proposed solar farms. They're outlined on the map before you. Spring Hope Solar 1, which was highlighted in blue on the southern side of Frazier Road. Spring Hope Solar 2, which is highlighted in red and is the one we're concerned with today. And then Spring Hope Solar 3, highlighted in blue on the right-hand side of the graphic. The permit established a 2-year vested right period. However, the vested right expired January 5, 2017. Since that time, the approval for Spring Hope Solar 1, the portion on the south side of the road, was allowed to expire by the developer, and they're no longer pursuing the development of a solar farm on the south side of the road in this area. The Spring Hope Solar 3 moved forward with construction and was permitted for construction on September 24, 2019. That will be this segment right here, and that facility is now nearing completion. And then the one in red is the one we're concerned with today, 53 acres owned by Dogwood Creek Land Holdings LLC on the north side of Frazier Road for Spring Hope Solar 2. Board of Commissioners has previously granted 8 successive 6-month extensions while this project is developed. This is the approved site plan, so you can see that it is divided into 3 particular areas that will be developed with solar panels. The conditional use permit, as I stated, is currently set to expire on January 5, 2021, but the developer has requested the full 1-year extension that was just adopted by the board, which would allow it to remain valid through January 5, 2022. We anticipate that that is much longer than the project will need. Since the most recent permit extension, the project has continued to move toward construction. They had their erosion and sedimentation control plan approved by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality on September 24th. The electrical drawings were approved by the county's building inspector on October 15th of this year. And the developer's now working on some minor revisions to the landscape screening plan and some drainage improvements. They project construction to start around March or April of 2021. The ordinance requirements for the permit extension, of course, the board needs to determine that, number 1, the permit has not yet expired, which of course it hasn't. Number 2, the permit recipient has proceeded with due diligence and in good faith. And number 3, conditions have not changed so substantially as to warrant a new application. And then I'll just remind the board that all conditions that were attached to the original permit will remain in effect with the extension if it's approved. So this is just a simple one-motion process. It does not require a public hearing, and it's to either approve or deny the request to extend the expiration date for the requested 1-year period.
Questions of Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, I entertain a motion for approval or deny the permit extension.
Make a motion, we approve the extension.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Permit extension is hereby approved. Item 18 is a subdivision waiver request for the property of Parish Enterprises on West Castalia Road and located in Commissioner Arrington's district.
This brings us to our final planning item of the morning. The subject property consists of a 4.632 acre portion of a larger 36.45 acre tract of land owned by Parish Enterprises, Inc. It's west of the town of Red Oak at the northwest corner of West Castalia Road and Leonard Road in the A1 zoning district. So the larger 36 acre tract of land stretches from the road all the way up to here. But the portion we're concerned with is the 4.632 acres outlined in red right here at the intersection of the 2 roads. Subject property is in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin. It's not located in a floodplain or a watershed protection overlay district, does not appear to be impacted by any streams, does not currently have access to public water or sewer, so it would continue to rely on private on-site wells and septic systems for development. James G. Strickland Land Surveying has submitted the major subdivision plat you see on your screen on behalf of the property owner and developer proposing the subdivision of the property into 4 new residential lots, each with direct access to West Castelia Road. The Unified Development Ordinance identifies West Castelia Road as one of our high-traffic roads with a daily volume of traffic exceeding 1,000 vehicles per day. It's actually estimated by the NCDOT to have 2,500 vehicles per day. Normally, the standard lot width in this zoning district would be 100 feet per lot, but the ordinance requires on these heavily traveled roads that the lots include either an additional 100 feet of lot width or at least 50 feet of additional lot width and up to 50,000 square feet of additional lot area. And I'll remind the board that those regulations are intended to limit the proliferation of driveways in order to decrease the potential for traffic accidents. All 4 of these proposed new lots that are shown down here have sufficient frontage to satisfy the normal lot width requirements, but lots 1 through 3 are not wide enough to meet the additional requirements for lots along a high-traffic road. However, the ordinance does authorize the board to grant a waiver of those lot width requirements, provided that the developer can demonstrate that they suffer either a physical hardship or can provide equal or better performance in the furtherance of the purposes of the ordinance. So therefore, I have shown the highlighted map detail on the screen now. The property owner and developer has requested a waiver of those additional lot width requirements, allowing lots 1 through 3 to just be held to the standard 100-foot wide requirement. And they argue that this will result in equal or better performance in the furtherance of the purposes of the ordinance, subject to the establishment of 2 25-foot wide private access easements for shared joint driveways. And those shared joint driveways are along the property lines shown in yellow here between lots 1 and 2 and lots 3 and 4. Those would be the only driveways permitted for the 4 lots. And then there's a pink 5-foot wide non-access easement that would prevent the establishment of additional driveways along the remainder of that property. The Technical Review Committee, as well as the Planning Board, have reviewed this. The Technical Review Committee on October 29 and the Planning Board on November 16. I should note that the NCDOT District Engineer was part of the Technical Review Committee. And both the committee and the planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval based on a determination that their waiver will result in equal or better performance, and suggested the following conditions. This, again, is a one-motion process. It does not require a public hearing. The conditions that are suggested for the final plat approval are, number 1, the Planning and Inspections Department should verify the closure and removal of the existing driveway shown around Lot 3, which is a little bit toward the center of Lot 3 right there. So that would need to be either removed or relocated to be concurrent with the property boundary between the 2 lots. And then finally, the developer shall submit a driveway permit issued by the NCDOT for the 2 shared driveway access easements. And again, the DOT district engineer has been involved in the review process the entire time and has raised no issues. Mr. Woody Parrish is present with us today on behalf of the property owner and developer, Parrish Enterprises, Inc., and I'm sure he'll be glad to answer any questions that I can't, and I'll be glad to take any questions from the board.
Question to Mr. Tyson. Seeing none, Mr. Parrish, did you have anything you wish to say? Just available to answer questions.
Mr. Tyson told me that this never been denied. I would just request don't make me the first one.
That's a fair request, sir. Any questions of the applicant? Entertain a motion to approve or deny.
Mr. Chair, I move that we, Nash County Commission Board, approve this subdivision waiver request.
Have a motion by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
2 seconds. Commissioner Leggett, Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion?
Just to clarify before you vote, that
Yes.
motion was subject to the 2 attached conditions.
Will be, sir. Mr. Arrington, that you
All right.
can't.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? You will not be the first one, sir. Yes, sir. Motion approved. Thank you for being here today. Sorry it took so long to get to you. All right,
Thank you.
We're now on item number 19. Saw some distinguished gentlemen coming in. Brantley, wish you'd been here during public comment. Had a very nice comment about your department as well as numerous other ones from the incident last Monday morning there in Dorchester.
Great.
Mr. Brand was here, spoke very highly of you.
Outstanding response from what I understand, and great cooperation as usual in Nash County.
Yep.
I'm here today, I almost feel inadequate on what I'm going to present. So that's why I brought those gentlemen you spoke about with me today.
Distinguished gentleman, I think I said.
Distinguished, yes, sir. So I guess this came about with a meeting Z and Stacy and Scott Stroof and I had about just letting you know the effects of this COVID pandemic on our EMS system. 26 years ago when I started as director and worked for Mr. Cobble 10 years prior to that, I never thought I'd have shields up between my 911 operators. My 911 center isolated. The county manager can hardly come down to my area because we've got it isolated. And the emergency management program we've had pandemic exercises over the years, but we never talked too much about the effects of the pandemic on our employees and the operation. We always talked about making sure we could get vaccines, making sure we could get resources. And then all of a sudden, we've got employees that are sick, being tested, being isolated. And so we just thought it'd be great for y'all to see how this has really been an effect on us, and that this is not something that I think is months long. I think it'll have effects on us for years to come. So even though our 911 folks, our EM folks have been getting resources for us, our 911 isolated, the fire marshal's office changing their way of doing inspections, certainly wearing masks, staying away from the people in their businesses. But EMS has certainly taken the impact, the hardest impact, going into unknown situations, riding with very, very sick people with COVID virus in the 60 square feet of the back of an ambulance. And I don't know that I'm adequate in explaining to you how that affects each person. Going into a situation, you take 3 showers during the day and you'll see all that, and then are you going to go home and hug your daughter? There are things that I really don't know that I can explain when you've been with 6 or 7 COVID-positive patients in the back of an ambulance in the daytime or nighttime. We've utilized all the resources. I want to thank Mr. Lamb for his support on our part-time people. We've gotten a raise for them. That'll be months getting people hired part-time. We are seeing, Mr. Stroof will discuss a little bit about our recruitment. We had 17 applications this last time for our full-time openings, and we actually interviewed 14, and we got 2 out of the 3 that we really need to hire, and then we've got a retirement coming the end of December. We have lost 2 employees that said they just could not continue to work in the COVID environment because they had infants at home. They just didn't feel like they could come to work every day and go home with that infant. So that has affected us too. And I think, as this board has said many, many times, our employees are our #1 asset. And we have done everything possible that we know of. We've had part-time employees tell us that their county does not do near the things that we do to try to protect their employees. And one of our biggest fears is we don't want to be part of the community spread. We're running 2,000 calls a month. We're going into people's homes. We certainly don't want to send sick employees into these homes because we then become part of the community spread. So we are we're not only trying to protect our employees, our most valuable asset, their families, we're also trying to protect the community. And Mr. Griffin's going to show you what we've done, and thanks with the county manager and the finance department supporting us, buying every kind of equipment we can to protect these employees and safeguard our vehicles and so forth. And we've tried to use COVID money. I think we've depended on finance telling us if it was allowable expenses or not, because sometimes we may want something that may not be an allowable expense, but we certainly have tried to do that. It's affected protocols, equipment damage, employee morale. I don't know. After Mr. Griffin, I asked him to pull some data together back in October. And when I sat at my desk and saw his data, I can't believe that we have functioned without complaints from the community. And I think that's just a tribute to our employees and what they've done, because these are very tough times. The response procedure, interagency communications, Sheriff's Office, I heard a call the other day. We had a cardiac arrest, and it's my understanding that we had a deputy sheriff on the scene first actually doing CPR before we got there, and working with them, 911 providing the information on if a person's got COVID symptoms or not, or if they're positive. Our health department has been great working with them. Dale has become tied to some of the nurses over there because he has been our COVID coordinator since this all started, and he's basically had to give up his training responsibilities to look after this. I can't say enough about the employees that have stepped up and taken on additional responsibilities and not complained one time. You can see it in their eyes that they're tired, but they're coming back to work. Employees on sick leave. We've got people that can't come to work because of the COVID virus, and people signing up to work. And we have had to close some stations, and I'm sure y'all have heard that. But if you look back at what we've had to do, it is a testament to the commitment of the employees that we've hired. So I'm very proud of that. I know y'all are, and I know Mr. Lamb and the whole staff. Just like all the county departments, I don't know any county that's responded any better than Nash County has. I tried to put so many of these things together, but again, I said I'm almost inadequate to tell you what effect this has had on us. So I'm going to turn it over to Dale, but one of the things I did want to say is when you see Dale's numbers of what we've done to protect our employees and the public, it's really staggering. But I also see in the eyes, when I go over there, I just talked to them, Dale is our second longest serving employee here. We hired him in 1988. Of course, I came to work with the county in 85. And we've got a young lady starting to work this morning. So there's 32 years difference in Dale and Jennifer that we just hired. And how it affects each person, how this pandemic is affecting each person, we really don't know, because they won't tell us everything. But I did want to say that I have seen the determination in our employees' eyes that this COVID crisis is not going to beat us. They're going to continue to serve the citizens, and they're going to do a top-notch job. And we, I think, as a group, need to protect our employees. And I also appreciate the conversation with Mr. Lamb. We lost the 3 employees back in July because hospital funding just stopped all of a sudden. And we were discussing some options that might help us in the future to make sure that our employees are not overworked and exposed even more than their 2,912 hours per year. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, I'll turn it over to Dale Griffin.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your part of this.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having me. Just take a few minutes and to kind of explain what it is in the world of EMS since COVID. I've been around here for a long time, and it's different than I've ever seen it before. And, but that's true with everybody in it. So, roll. So the way we kind of got this laid out is I was going to talk to you a little bit about before COVID and a little bit after COVID. Before COVID, when we come to work every morning, you really had a few things you needed to do and run your calls. You come to work, your first priority was to check your equipment, make sure you had your equipment, was ready to go to run a call. The next thing you did was you cleaned that ambulance. You cleaned the outside, you cleaned the inside. Then the next thing, you cleaned the station, sanitize the station, clean it, and then run your calls. Now, when you come to work every morning, the very first thing you do before you come in the door, you go do a health screening. Your temperature is taken every day, and first thing in the morning time, and then taken throughout the day. It's a list of symptoms, signs and symptoms that we go down. I can tell you that I've gotten phone calls at 6:30 in the morning that employee X has got this going on, they have this going on. Okay, don't let them in the building. We're going to get them tested, and we'll go from there. That puts immediate strains on our system. Ambulance cleaning and checkoff, we've always cleaned it like we've always done, but now we're doing a deep cleaning. We're using a bleach water mix, have been using a bleach water mix to do that cleaning with. It was a recommendation from the CDC, a 1 to 10 mix. But what we're seeing is that's wearing and tearing on the back of our trucks. You can't take that bleach water mix, and we are currently researching a different solution to use to replace that with. Station sanitizing. Before, you'd come in, wipe everything down, sweep, mop, like we've always done. Now it's a little more detailed. You've got bleach water mix that you're wiping down counters with. You're wiping every little nook and cranny down with. You're mopping with, of all things on the EPA list, Pine Sol is approved for COVID. So we're using a lot of Pine Sol in stations and stuff like that, taking more time. Uniforms. We've always had a requirement that you have the uniform that you can wear for the day, then you have a backup uniform. But now we're having to decon people so often, they're going through 3 and 4 uniforms a day. So they bring a uniform with them that they want to wear for the day, then they have a spare that maybe keep in a plastic container that's isolated on a truck. So when you get ready to go decon, you have it. PPE, prior to COVID, I can tell you that putting all the PPE on that they put on now, I bet you I'd have done it 20 times in my career. Now it's done 20 times a day by people. Cleaning supplies, we used to buy them just about anywhere. Now they want to approve this from EPA to be effective for COVID, all the cleaning supplies that we purchased there. So once we dispatch on a call, it really kind of starts then. 911 does their part. They're screening them, and they're doing a wonderful job about giving us, alerting us to maybe this has got COVID symptoms or confirmed COVID. So we're thinking, though, from the time we dispatch on the call, where are we at? What's the call type? Is it keying us in? Is something we need to be thinking about this? Where is it at? Geographically, there's places that have more COVID than other areas. So we're keeping that in our mind. Scene safety, it's always been a situation of scene safety. I want to make sure if me and you, Mr. Davis, was on the ambulance, that we're going to look out for each other. We're going to take care of each other. But we was looking for the thing that could tangibly come get us. We was looking for the bad guy. We was looking for safety in driving, and whatever it may be. Now, with COVID, you can't see it, but it's killing people left and right. And that's that weighs on your mind. Where am I at? What do I touch? I got to stay in there less than 10, 15 minutes. I need to stay 6 foot. I need to wear my mask. All this stuff comes into play with PPE. We are now, for the first time in my career, we're calling families on the phone. We do the information we get from 911, we're calling them on the phone while we're on the way to the call. And we're doing a screening ourselves to these families. So, asking them more detailed questions and trying to get a better picture of it. We're working closely with the fire departments, with law enforcement, that, if you're not sure, we used to be, we went right on in and did what we had to do. Maybe now we need to back up and reevaluate before we just run right in. So it's a change of business. Once we get on the scene, This is what somebody looks like when they've got their PPE on. The N95 mask is a respirator this lady has on right here. This gentleman here actually has a respirator on N95 and plus a surgical mask with a face shield over top of it. It's not uncommon, but we're asking when we're talking to these people, normally we would go right into all the residences and kind of do what we need to do. Now, is it possible for you to meet us outside? Is it possible if we meet me at the door? Time and distance is your best, thing for us, so, and air exchanges. So if I can get them to meet me at the door, then I don't have to be in that house that may be where COVID's at, or that residence, or wherever it may be. One person enters the home if they need to and does a size up of the situation, where before it was all of us in there, maybe us, first responders, law enforcement, whoever. We're trying to limit to one person to limit exposure time. We assist patients to the ambulance. Certainly, if they can't ambulate on their own, then we're going to do what we got to do to get them there. We're going to take care of them, whatever we got to do, but we're going to try to limit the number of exposures. And then one person in the back of the truck. If at all possible, that's what we're going to do, is one person. Before we may, if you got a questionable patient or whatever, you may have a couple people back there helping you out, getting stuff done. Now, we want to limit exposure, so we try to put, there's been times we've had more than one, but try to limit it to one person in the back of a truck. Wrong way. Transport to the hospital. This has really changed a lot now. Again, you got that one person in the back of the truck. You got the door between the cab and the box of the truck. You close that door up, you seal it off, you want to contain everything to that one area. But again, after reviewing the data and looking at stuff, we're transporting more known cases of COVID now than we are suspected cases. And that's huge because we know we've got people in there. So we're closing the door, we're limiting the time back there, we're trying to create a negative pressure environment back there. Altered patient treatment. We're giving medications. Dr. Moore, who's our medical director, was good enough to approve us to give some different medications at different ways, like breathing treatments. We would normally give it as a nebulized treatment. Now we use a puffer, instead of eating that mist in there. And then notifying the hospital, getting there and making that switch as soon as we can. Once we get at the hospital, we're met at the back door by a triage nurse. They take our word for it, but they're going to meet us there and double check everything that we got. If they do have COVID or suspected COVID, then they go to a certain area within the emergency department. But sometimes, very often, that exchange happens as soon as you go into the back door of the truck. We don't carry our people any further than they need to go and lower their exposure time. And then we just turn them over to the staff. I'll get this right in a minute. And this is where the big change is happening. So we've done all this. We've got the COVID patient or the suspected patient at the hospital. What do we do now? We got the decon. We got to clean. We got to get this stuff off of us. We got to get it out of the back of the truck. So the attendant, the person that was in the truck, stays in the rear of the truck. The driver puts on some new PPE, gets in the driver's seat, and drives to. We got two stations that we do our decon at. One is the EMS 800, which is at the hospital, and then one is the EMS 400, which is in Middlesex. So you go through one of them two stations if you have a known or suspected case of COVID. The attendant in the back of the truck, once they get to the station, the attendant starts to spray down the back of the truck with that bleach water mix. That's the one thing from the very beginning, the CDC has said this is the number one killer, to decon with. So he's spraying down and they're wiping down. The driver, he comes around, has all this PPE on. It's a certain way, it's a two-person process that I'm watching to make sure you do it right. And then you're taking it off and you throw it away. You step into a boot bath. All a boot bath is a Tupperware container that's got a bleach water mix in it to clean the bottom of your boots. You take your boots off, no boots are allowed in the station anymore. We give them their clothes. They proceed to a designated shower area to take a shower. Within there is another tote that they will put their uniform that they had on inside of there. Then after the attendant wipes down the back of the truck, they go through the same process. Then a supervisor or one of our community medics. We use the Ambustat system, which thank you guys so much for funding that and helping us and approving that. That is tremendous. It's set in the back of the truck and it fogs the back of the truck. After the attendant takes his shower, his or her shower, he or she has a tub, their clothes come in, all the laundry is done at them 2 stations. So that spare uniform that we talked about earlier, they put it in, that goes in there with them, take a shower. That contaminated uniform is taken and we launder it at the stations. And then it's laundry to put in, we got shelves and where they place that. These pictures here are just some very brief pictures. The boot bath I told you about is the one on the left, where these come in. Everybody that comes into the station goes through that you step into that and don't come, that's the first step into the station. The middle picture is the gentleman in the yellow PPE was an attendant on a call. He is doing his wipe down process. And then the other gentleman in the blue is getting ready to do the spraying. And then the shower, it's just a picture of the shower. This is the numbers. I started monitoring from March 15th and tracking. 662 exposures. And what do I mean by an exposure is that's 662 times that our crew has picked up a confirmed positive patient of COVID. That's a lot for the amount of calls that we run. Staff decons. We've had almost 1,400 staff members to have to shower. Now, with this right here, I talked to some crews the other day when I was getting this ready. We've had crews that have taken 6 showers in a 24-hour period. That's tough. Just doing this job period is tough. Okay, I got to go pick up this COVID or suspected patient. Now I got to go take a shower. I got to do all this stuff. It's tough. It's tough on them mentally. We've tested 80 employees, and the criteria for being tested is that you either call me or some of the other health people, and they've got symptoms. And then we do a little screening with them. If they meet what the criteria is to be tested, then they don't come to work. We line up for them to be tested. We got several different testing facilities we use, but then they're tested. But then they're quarantined after that. You can't return to work until you either have a negative test, or if you have a positive test, then there's a certain amount of criteria you have to go through too. So we've had 13 positive employees. About 3 of them have been really sick. And who knows the long-term effects from this? Who knows what the damage is done to their lungs? Where are we going to end up with this? 3 of them have been really sick. But as of today, we have no positive employees as of today. This is just a few pictures of the damage that, and trying to keep things clean and sterile as we can. The damage that's happened to the trucks. The bleach water mix is causing this right here. But we have deconned 30 stations as of today. These 30 stations were situations where an employee was at work and developed symptoms. And the process for that is we immediately pull everybody out of that station. And then we carry the Ambustat machines and we do the entire station. We have 606 trucks that have been deconned with the Ambustat machine, and we got that August 17th. So a lot of trucks is going on. But then it's just taking its toll on hardware, stretchers. This is a stretcher mount. This is a stretcher in the middle here, actual stretcher. That's one of the showers. It just takes its toll on it. And then it's this picture really doesn't show it real good, but the back of the trucks are starting to take a toll. The nuts, the bolts, the screws in the windows here is what I was trying to get. They're starting to rust up just from the process. But we have had 30, again, station 606 trucks. How much PPE are we using? We're averaging about 160 N95 masks a month. We're using 5,000 surgical masks a month. 10,000 gloves, 3,000 gowns. You know, if it even remotely close to being what might be COVID, then our people are using PPE, and we want them to. We've been very fortunate with local, state, and federal partners to be able to source some PPE, and and that's been my job. I've been very fortunate. I thank Brian and everybody else that he said earlier, prior to COVID, my primary job was training. But since March, I've been doing COVID, and I'm very thankful to be able to do that. The challenge is keeping our distance. It's hard. It's easy for us to sit in here and you social distance in this room. But when you go into somebody's home, or you go to a nursing home, or you go to or you simply around each other at the station to keep a distance. But we're doing that. The decons, the showers, it's tough. The staff is, like Brian was saying, that they want to tell you that, hey, we're good, boss, but they're tired. You know, they're getting tired. The stress, the obvious stress that comes with working in COVID, but then am I going to carry it home to my daughter? You know, I have a 22-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old daughter, and you know, I think about it every day. Am I carrying something home to them? Am I carrying it home to my wife, you know, or to my mom, you know? That goes into protecting our families. We do everything. I can tell you I have missed, and I know of staff that work for us that have missed things because they did not take the chance of maybe being affected and carrying it to their families. And then the staff reassignments, mine was one of them. I'd already spoke about that. But then somebody had to continue to do training. So our own staff stepped up to the plate. You know, and say, hey, I'll take this training part for you. I'll take this QM part for you, Dale, and do this. You do COVID. Again, it's just been it's challenging, but our guys are not going to give up, and they're fighting hard. And but thank you guys for just a little brief part of what we do every day. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from a board member? Dale? Mr. Arrington?
Yes, you mentioned the stress, fatigue that your staff go through, and we realize that every day they get up, they're going to a war zone. I guess I'm asking the question, do you have availability of minister or psychological services for your employees?
We do, yes, sir. We have one of our staff members that have been through a lot of training to be able, that is specific to EMS with dealing with staff and with stress and fatigue and stuff like that, that she is working very closely with staff. In fact, she's had a couple of days that she goes around and she just talks to our people. We do have the EAP program that the county offers, and then there are some clerical and some churches that are available in pastoral help that has been pushed out. Yes, sir.
All right. I think that's very important that we try to address those.
Absolutely.
So y'all take care and continue to do the great job that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Dale, I've read a little bit online about an ultraviolet light that is apparently been developed. Are we studying that, or is that a possibility which probably would deserve the equipment?
Yeah, we have looked into that, Commissioner Davis. It is, actually, there are manufacturers of ambulances right now that are retrofitting, and then they are actually installing one from the beginning. But it's very expensive. And then the effectiveness of it is
Undetermined
right now. So I don't know that I don't want to be the first one to buy that new model car. But it's kind of questionable right now.
Right. I was just a little bit fascinated by what I was seeing, but that doesn't mean it works as well as what you're shown sometimes, of course. Thank you for being here and in your presentation, very touching, and
thank you.
Certainly appreciate all you and your department and all your members are doing for Nash County citizens.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, and you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm okay. It's not a problem. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of information that is a little more just operationally based, and some of the information that, welcome, Commissioner Arrington. Congratulations on your appointment, sir. And I'll echo on some of these you've heard. This has been a long go of it since March for our staff, and there's certainly been a lot of challenges. I won't claim perfection, but I will say they have done sometimes I will say supernatural abilities to do what they got to do and get through this. The profession and work is hard enough, and where the duration and the addition of stress and fatigue aligned with COVID it's been rough. But when you see them out there, you see the fatigue, you see the stress, but you don't hear the complaints. And that's amazing. And I'll be honest, sometimes I wish they would complain a little bit more, because it would give us more information to be able to maybe try to help them more, you know. So I give them an incredible amount of credit. Dale Griffin has been working long and hard hours for a long time now to make sure our staff has exactly everything they need. And he's done a fantastic job with that. And I certainly thank the board and the county manager's office and the finance office and everybody that's been involved in assisting with that process. So just to frame up some of what you've seen, this is our call volume to year to date, all calls included. And you see in January, we were just under 2,000 calls a year. In fact, it was 1,954 calls. Then we got COVID set in, obviously in March and April. Like most things, we had a pretty significant lull in call volume. We were down to about 46 calls a day average from about 70. So things had slowed down significantly. And then, but if you see, come July, and since July, we are back to our pre-COVID volume numbers that we are now doing in the addition of having COVID to deal with. So the severity and acuity of the stress and fatigue is increasing over time, and it's not just because of duration, it's because the workload has also gone back up. Where luckily in April, when we were still making sure we had a good handle on what we were doing, call volume was low. So it gave us a little extra time and flexibility to work through that. But we are back at the 2,000 calls a month normal. For our staffing, Brian mentioned we've certainly seen a reduction in applications. This is a tough time to go into healthcare and emergency work. I mean, most people, they're hearing the dramatic stories and they're hearing the things that maybe steer them away from this type of work. We are certainly doing our best to try to maintain staffing. As we mentioned, Mr. Lamb and the staff here have certainly helped us out with our part-time employment rates, and we are fully engaged in trying to bring an additional part-time staff. That's been tough because experienced staff are commonly working for other organizations that do not allow them to go work for other places right now to try to minimize their own exposure. So that's something we've run into. So when we are finding staff, they're really good people, but we know we're going to have a little longer of a training cycle before we can actually get them in the seat of the ambulance and doing the work. So up till now, one of our biggest issues has been time off that's required with exposures. Dale showed you some of those numbers earlier. And so just the suspicion of being sick may cause them to go get tested, which gives us, it's probably 2 to 4 days that they're not going to be available to work, even, because we don't want them to come back until we know it's a negative test. So that in by itself has been tough. And then when you overlap the ones, okay, they do test positive. Well, now we probably got 2 weeks before we're going to see them again. So it certainly has brought a lot of challenges with that. From a recruitment perspective, we have not been doing student clinical ride times. We historically have always supported our community colleges and brought their students in and allowed them to do their field internships with us. And that has honestly been a huge recruitment benefit for us as well, because they tend to want to come to work with us then, and we already know them, and we have good information, so we have a better opportunity to get good applicants. But with not doing that for months and months now, to try to reduce exposures and how much PPE we're going through and the whole decon process to try to minimize that, that's probably a piece of why we only had 17 applications this last time. We are in conversations about how to safely restart that, because it is an important piece that we need to do. Training, Dale mentioned that already. And retention, Brian mentioned we've had several resignations that are solely due to COVID. Very good people that we certainly wish we had. They're doing what they feel is the right thing for their family, and that, you can't really argue with that. So, but that hurts when you have good veteran staff that leave you for that. So, and then we mentioned the long hours and the duration. It's ongoing. It's every day. Every day they come to work, they know what they're walking into. So it's just tough. Talked about, back up one right there. Okay. So just for sake of clarity, we have 11 ambulance stations in the county. 10 of those have a 24-hour ambulance assigned to them for emergency response. And then up in the far north, around the Taylor's Gin area, is EMS 300, which is staffed 24 hours with a single person running what we call a QRV, which is like an expedition. It's a single medic vehicle. So when we have one person call out, even if there's 2 people assigned to that truck, if one person is out of work, that ambulance is now out of service, because it takes 2 people to run a unit. So the staffing gets very complicated very quickly. And if you have 3 or 4 out, then you're in a very dramatic situation that our staff, particularly our senior staff, work very hard in trying to mitigate and reduce. So when we have situations like that, and maybe it's not even basic staffing, it could be just solely based on call volume, because call volume is back up now, where if we get 7 calls dispatched within an hour, then there's going to be some area in the county that does not have immediate access to one of the ambulances that is stationed in that area, because they're all already out running calls. An example for that is in the south end of the county, we have a 24-hour ambulance in Mount Pleasant community. We have a 24-hour ambulance in the Middlesex community. And if both of them gets a call, which is fairly common, there's somewhat of an anecdotal joke amongst our staff in the south end of the county, Mr. Cone, is if they get 1 call down there, they get 3. So that's certainly not always the case, but that's kind of the ongoing thought. So if you get both of those ambulances from EMS 400 and the Middlesex ambulance as well already tied up, then the automatic right then is for the Spring Hope ambulance to move south. So they may come down into the area 581 and 97 to reduce the response time to any direction they may have to go in that general area, okay? And that same principle can be applied to anywhere in the county based on what the need is and the call volume at any one time. Because it's, I say dynamic, because it changes. It's, there's companies that make a lot of money selling very expensive modeling software to try to tell you where ambulance should be at any one given time. And there's mixed reviews on how successful that is. So, we rely on our employees who do a great job. We rely on our supervisory staff to monitor this, and it's a challenge, and typically it goes pretty well. But we certainly have examples of it where it's not going, it doesn't happen in a way that anybody wants. And now we're overlaying COVID into that, where we may have multiple openings in a single day, and our staff is doing what is honestly the best that can be done in that moment to mitigate that and lessen the impact of that. So far, I am unaware of any poor outcomes as a result of any of that may have happened. There certainly may have been occasions where citizens may have waited a minute or 2 or 3 minutes longer than they wanted to, that's a common thought, even if the ambulance is right down the road. Help can never get to you quick enough. But I can assure you that everything that can be done is being done, and it's a very difficult and complicated situation. And certainly would take much more time to dive in than we have here today. So I would invite that conversation if any of you guys would like, and ladies would like to get more information on that. So with the heels of that, I'll be right honest, you know, it's a lot. It's more than we can give you in this session here, but we certainly want to give you some understanding. And on that, I really want to express appreciation for the support of the board on behalf of the entire staff. You know, the financial support with the raises, the emotional support that many of you have provided over these months has really meant a lot. And I think it's key to the success that they've had so far. So I certainly thank you and will entertain any questions that you may have, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions of Scott from a commissioner?
I've got a question. Going into the winter season, what are y'all looking at as far as staffing and different things that you're going to do?
Well, certainly a concern. Obviously, when you're starting to mix flu and other illnesses that are typical on top of that, you know, we just have to continue to fight complacency and fatigue in our processes. You know, our processes and such, they should help address those things. Staffing continues to certainly be a concern through that. But the first goal is to keep the existing staff healthy and not have to deal with time off solely based on sick time. And then that gives us a much better head start on having to deal with backfilling, using overtime, using some part-time staff, doing whatever we can to fill that. So it's a difficult situation, but so far, we haven't had a lot of additional illness scenarios to deal with. And I think it's to credit to what Dale Griffin is doing and the other staff is with their decon. If you take some of the COVID complications out, the staff is probably healthier now than they have been, if we could take COVID off of what's going on. But obviously, it makes everything harder. So.
And one more question. Now, I know that sometimes in the hospitals, there's such a thing as a travel nurse when hospitals experience shortages. Is there such a thing as travel paramedics?
There is not. The biggest thing that comes to mind with that is it's the vetting process and the quality assurance programs to make sure that they are out there and they're of quality of care and service that we want for our citizens takes time. Local medical directorship has to vet them as well, Dr. Moore. And you know, with my knowledge of how it's a hospital, my wife worked at Nash for 20 years and interfaced with travel nurses. There's a lot of direct supervision. You know, there's a charge nurse, there's additional nursing staff that can help guide them all the time. We're going to, in this case, we'd have to be very careful because sending a paramedic that's unfamiliar with the area and our processes to an isolated station who might not see their supervisor once through an entire shift is an additionally challenging situation. So, and honestly, we're not the only ones. There's not a lot of extra staff in the workforce anyway. So, but
Other questions from commissioners? Mr. Outlaw?
You may not know this answer, Scott, but what is the availability of the vaccine, and where does EMS, our frontline people, stand in relation to that vaccine, the sheriff's department included? Because it seems to me that you guys are getting beat up pretty good.
Yes, sir. We just had a meeting this past week with the health department and emergency management. And first off is if we have the availability of staff, we are immediately want to support vaccination efforts, and our providers are able to give vaccinations to the general public. Those rules are already in place and policies.
How about the vaccine for your people?
For us, as soon as the vaccinations become available, whatever the allotment totals are for our county, we don't know yet.
I just wonder where you stand in that priority.
We're first in line. Okay. Healthcare workers, we are top tier EMS, hospital workers, nursing home staff.
So we don't have any idea yet when we're receiving that vaccine?
Not exactly, no, sir. And we're not even sure we might be top tier, but we're not even sure that Nash County will be part of the first shipment.
Well, it seems the last
So-
I heard, it was like 85,000 was coming to North Carolina. I don't know, maybe much more, much less, I don't know, but what's the distribute? Do you have any idea, Manager, regarding the distribution of that vaccine?
All reports are that the FDA is going to approve probably 2 of the vaccines this week. And as he said, they will then be initially towards healthcare workers, emergency services. And then in the couple months after that, it's supposed to roll out a lot faster than the initial period. The initial allocations have been all over the place, though. I've heard.
You would think, though, they've got some kind of plan. For example, if you're going to receive 100,000, then what's the allocation plan? If you're going to receive 250, I mean,
Right.
they've got to have various models where they're looking at the distribution of the
Right.
vaccine.
And they do, and it's all contingent on the supply, I think, more than anything.
Well, that's why you'd have the different models.
Yeah, we can research and find out from the state what the current plan is. I'll talk to Mr. Hill and see what.
I would think we would want to know that, so
Yeah.
we would have some feel for, based on what comes to the county,
Right,
you know,
right.
those different models, so we can consider getting that done ASAP.
I think in the meeting, Scott was talking about, the health department was trying to get that information. They were actually, I think, having some phone conversation or something Friday or Thursday when we met. So they may have some more.
Well, I know they can't tell you how many they're gonna get, but they can tell you based on if we get A, B, C, or D, and
Right.
here's where it's going. They gotta know that. They gotta have some feel for that.
Right.
Other comments, questions from commissioners? Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, I just want to, I had it in my manager's report, but I think this is a more appropriate time to discuss a couple things and recommendations. We have met with EMS staff, and my experience is in the past, prior to COVID, full-time EMTs love getting part-time money in other counties. And one thing we discovered was that we were underpaying our part-time EMTs. And so that availability had really dried up. We only had 6 or 7 people that were on our list, and when you call them at the last minute, many of them have a problem or have a conflict or are working their other job. So one emphasis that we've already put in effect is to try to get a larger availability of part-time people. He's pointed out the problems with that. Some agencies don't want their employees working part-time with COVID for other departments, but they are making an effort to get more people on their part-time list and paying them similar to surrounding counties. We were low on our hourly rate for our part-time people. The other thing is when the community paramedic program, which had been funded by Duke Endowment at first and then 2/3 by the hospital, when that funding ended July 1, those 3 people who were still running calls occasionally, but they were integrated into the regular staff once again, and because we had some vacancies, so we could just move them over to those vacant positions. A decision at that time was made to emphasize getting a truck versus keeping those people in those positions. Two of them really were funded by the hospital, one by the county. And at this time, given COVID, given absenteeism, given the fact that we did make that cut, although it was community paramedic, we're going to ask the commissioners to consider at this time, and you can pick another number, but that we expand to add 2 additional EMTs, paramedics to our EMS service. They've offered to give up their vehicle that they have in the budget, but I'm not asking you to do that. I think we need to replace those vehicles. And so I would ask the commissioners to consider, and my request is 2 additional full-time EMTs because of the issues that we're addressing, having to close stations occasionally. South Rocky Mount has had to be closed. Mount Pleasant has had to be closed just because they didn't have staff. And so at this time, and you can take it up anytime you want to, of course, but we are requesting 2 additional people.
Are you going to give us some data with that?
Some numbers?
Yes.
We actually, my plan was to put it on the agenda at the next meeting.
Okay.
And we will have all that for you at that time.
If you need it quicker than that.
But that's January.
Right.
Yeah.
You can certainly provide it, and we'll handle it in some way.
Okay.
But of course, we need to do it in a proper manner.
Well, we probably can get that while we're meeting today, if y'all could get with Donna.
Have we got to have an exact cost of that if we know that's what the recommendation is, that we hire 2 more EMTs? And just make it in form of a motion.
Well, I would prefer that we know a little bit more than what we know sitting here, but
Yeah.
what you can always do, you can get it together and get it to us. We're going to be here a while longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, if you want to do that, or the board will approve doing a roll call vote by the chairman tomorrow, if that's what you need. But certainly, I'm always want to have adequate information.
I
when we take a
understand.
vote.
I understand. And that's easily obtainable. And I know the finance officer is on the agenda, and as soon as she finishes, if they could get together with
We can
her.
take it back up after closed session if you need that,
take-
whatever
yeah.
you need.
That'd be great.
I mean, just present it to us in the right form, and we'll be glad to take action on it.
Thank you. Because
Any
we
other-
do need it now rather than January 1.
Okay. Any other questions, Scott?
That, adding those 2 positions, that's like 1 per shift or 1 per shift and a half? How many shifts do y'all have?
We
Or
have
rotations?
3 24-hour shifts operating the emergency response side. So what this will do is add 1 position back to 2 of those shifts, and then we have a position that we're going to reallocate off of our non-emergency side, and then move that over on the emergency side to create that. That was the most cost-efficient mechanism we could find to make this happen. And we certainly, you appreciate the board entertaining that, and we'll do what we got to do to be cooperative and do it in the best way we can, so.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay to do that, Ms. Lady, it's about $8,000 to $9,000 to move that person from the non-emergency to the emergency side because they're working so many more hours. And then Mr. Lamb's talking about the 2 EMTs that would probably run somewhere around $50,000 a piece. So it should be around $110,000, Mr. Chairman, is what it should cost, and we actually would get what we call a full-time, part-timer on every shift. So if we've got somebody out, they automatically go to work at that station just like that. So I appreciate Mr. Lamb's comments, and again, going back to you, that would be about 8,000 to 10,000 for that third person that would give us coverage on all 3 emergency shifts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you all very much.
We'll get that information after closed session.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Outlaw?
could we just ask that going forward, that maybe next year in one of our mid-months, pretty early up in the year, that maybe you guys come back and give us an update on staffing and where you stand and, you know, your COVID situation, how everything is there, and maybe what going forward it looks like your needs may be, or your needs satisfied, do you have additional needs, whatever the case might be. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yes, sir, we'd be happy to do that.
Mr. Manager, you work that in?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I think our first one is in January.
Yeah,
We
and
should
as
have
y'all,
we should have a good feel for the vaccine and about what we're going to have and where it's going and what the situation appears to be developing into. So probably mid-year, maybe we'll be back to some semblance of normalcy. I don't know. But thank
No,
you.
we certainly appreciate it.
Appreciate your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the Sheriff's Department, too. I mean, the guys had a rough week, and looks like you had a rough recent situation with the death. I mean, these guys are out there in front of it every day, and it's just a tough situation. I appreciate what you do, both office departments.
I think the recent incident with Deputy Allison, it just reemphasizes to me that our primary purpose, me, him, upper management, and y'all, is to protect our employees. And we'll do all we can, and I know the Sheriff's Office feels the same way. But it is difficult doing things like that, and then this COVID situation it's sort of like a tornado. A tornado comes through, it does its damage, but this is like a hurricane. It's staying with us and staying with us, and it's beating on us and beating on the employees. And we thank y'all for your support.
Are you able to continue training at Nash Community? Is that still ongoing? Are you getting a good response to that?
Yes, sir. The community college has been very, very cooperative and supportive of everything they're capable of doing based on their own guidance. All of our normal continuing education that's required for our staff has been done in an online format through the duration of this. We are working on a plan right now that in small distance groups would allow us to get back to more face-to-face, which there's a big difference in quality and output of that training, the results of that training, opposed to trying to do something just log on and do this work, opposed to having an instructor that can answer questions and be in kind of an interface style training.
Do you expect these employees that you've lost due to COVID to maybe want to come back at some point post-COVID?
I really don't know, because some of them are taking just dramatic turns in their professional life, and some of them have stirred off. Like we have one that has moved to a public education position in another county with the health department.
How about contract trucks? Are we utilizing contract trucks? How about Stony Creek?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are we utilizing them at their max?
Yes, sir. And we've had the private franchisees running a lot of the convalescent COVID calls to try to protect our convalescent trucks, because you could get 2 or 3 employees sick and really shut down our convalescent program. So they've been very helpful.
Appreciate what you do.
Thank you. And I would like to say Dale had been here 32 years, Mr. Chairman, and never spoken before the county commissioners. And I hope he stays as long as Ms. Hill stayed. I saw where she had.
You got 13 years.
So,
I won't be here.
but I did, he's just one example of the quality of employee we've hired over the years, and we're very proud that he's looking after our employees like he has, and how he's gotten some of our PPE I don't ask any questions, but he has done a great job with that. So thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Everybody okay to keep moving? All right, I'll go to item number 21, Elm Street drainage.
High speed, number 20.
Number 20, got you. I'll start skipping items and get in a hurry if y'all notice that. Number 20, item 20 is high-speed internet, phase 3, and Patsy, if you'll present that to us, then I might give a little additional information, but I
Okay.
probably won't need to say much. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and welcome Commissioner Arrington, who I would like to point out is a graduate of our Citizens Academy.
I do recall that.
The first item I have for your consideration is approval of an agreement with CloudWise for Phase 3 of the High-Speed Internet Initiative. On your screen should be a spreadsheet that shows some details related to the implementation schedule, wireless infrastructure, and investment. In September 2018, the Commissioners entered into a public-private partnership with CloudWise for Phase 1 of our high-speed internet initiative. This was a trial in the hardest areas of the county to serve. In Phase 1, the pilot program was completed in the fall of 2019. And in October 2019, the Commissioners extended this public-private partnership with CloudWise for Phase 2, which is now live and scheduled to be complete in early 2021. The High-Speed Internet Committee met this past Thursday to evaluate several options for Phase 3. The committee, which includes representation by 3 commissioners, recommends moving forward with CloudWise into Phase 3 at this time. Phase 3 includes a GREAT grant, which is $686,971, awarded to CloudWise by the State Broadband Infrastructure Office. Now we'd like to show you a map. Jonathan, get that map. Okay, the white circles show areas that are included in Phase 1 and Phase 2, and the green circles show areas that would be included in Phase 3 if you approve this agreement option. And Phase 3 is designed to include the installation of co-located infrastructure for wireless high-speed internet on 5 existing water towers, 5 more existing cell towers for a total of 11 in Phases 1 through 3 of this initiative, plus includes Wi-Fi at 5 public parks and high-speed internet at 5 community centers, and the specific locations will be determined as we move forward. Therefore, today we recommend that you approve an agreement with CloudWise for Phase 3 of the High-Speed Internet Initiative, subject to completion of Phase 2 and subject to review and approval of the document by the county attorney and the county manager. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Patsy, when you say Phase 3, we picked a particular step to stop at, which was Step 2 of Phase 3.
Yes, option 2.
Option 2, okay. You may have said that, but I missed it if you did.
Well, the committee really looked hard at 3 particular options and felt that option 2 for the cost and the area that it served was by far the best option.
Well, it was certainly where we had a comfort level at, but it doesn't mean we're not going to look at Step 3 once we get satisfied everything's still moving in a very positive direction, as I understood what the committee wanted. Do you want to add anything?
No, I think we're good. I mean, the reason we stopped at option 2 instead of spending more money now and going to option 3 is it will take them all 2021 to complete option 2, Phase 3, option 2 that we have chosen.
Correct.
So if in the meantime, we get some grant money available or something that can help us with that other money we got to spend, you know, if we went ahead with that now, it'd probably not get grant money. I think I'm right, Patsy.
Yes, sir.
And if it's going to take us all 2021 to get what we're trying to vote on today, which is like Phase 3, Option 2. And no doubt we'll be back to get, we'll have to come back to get Option 3 to get service everywhere in the county.
Mr. Outlaw, comments?
Well, just to what Commissioner Cone said, the key component was future grant money, which could way more than offset the additional cost of goings, of delaying to Option 3. So I think it was a good move to stop with Option 2, at least for now.
Any question from the members that are not a part of the committee? Commissioner Leggett, Commissioner Outlaw, Commissioner Arrington?
The Phase 2, could you name the areas that it covered?
Yes, the green circles on the map of Nash County.
Let's make sure what his question was. He used Phase 2. Are you meaning what, Phase 2 is what we're completing now?
Yes, what we have done and what we, right.
Okay, so you want Phase 2, not Phase 3, Option 2.
Right, I'm
It's a
sorry.
little confusing.
Phases 1 and 2 are the areas that are included in the white circles on the map. Do you have the map in front of you?
I understand that.
Yes.
Just name the general area.
Well, the general area is up north, in the northwest quadrant or area of the county, up toward Taylor Store Road, that area.
Okay.
And then you have the area around Red Oak, predominantly, in Nashville somewhat. Then you have an area that's between Nashville and down towards Spring Hope. You have an area that's down near Middlesex. And then also for purposes of getting to the infrastructure that was needed, there's an area near Rocky Mount, the backhaul for the project.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington, the two remote circles, which is one furthest north on the map and further south on the map, are the two initial ones that we did. That was Phase 1. And we picked those two because they were going to be most difficult to make it work. And we figured once we got those where they would work, we'd have more comfort level because we are spending a lot of money on this thing.
All right.
And
So
those
they'll work-
two
they'll
came
work-
through.
They're working.
They did indeed work.
Okay.
And they proved a point. That's when we went to Phase 2, which were the other three white circles. And then the Phase 3, Option 2 that we're looking at approving today are the green circles that you see. It's dispersed throughout the county very well, probably a little bit heavy on the north side, which I'm sure Commissioner Combs would agree with.
Yeah, I agree with that. Anyway.
Since he's on the south side, but that's the way we went about this. Other questions?
The green circle that I'm looking at on the east side of Nash County and Rocky Mount area, are we trying to cover part of Rocky Mount too?
Generally, when you see us that far east, we're using that to get to our source to supply internet service. In other words, we're trying to find an area that has fiber that we can pick up on and get it on some towers or some antennas to move it again. That's why you see a little bit of concentration to the eastern side of the county, is because that's primarily where the services are available through, through various entities that are already serving us with fiber options.
Yeah, well, I thought they had plenty of towers over in that area that would take care of it.
But we're taking that network and pushing it throughout the county. Through these towers is what we're doing. It's kind of like the water system. You got to go connect to Rocky Mount somewhere when you're using Rocky Mount water, or you got to have that source, and then you just hook there and move it throughout the county. That's basically what you see us doing here. Other questions, comments?
I've got a
Mr. Leggett?
question. For citizens who were in, for citizens who are in the Phase 2 areas that are interested in service, can you comment on that, on installs and what they would need to do?
Yes, there's a link on our website, and there's also a place on the CloudWise website where they can go and sign up for service, and then they will be contacted, and someone from CloudWise will come out and see what it would take to be able to serve them.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions? If none, I would entertain a motion to approve or deny the request, and the request is to move forward with a contract with CloudWise for Phase 3 through Option 2. That is a request for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay? A motion to approve Phase 3, Option 2. Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and it is subject to completion of Phase 2 and subject to the attorney reviewing the documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is the item 21, Elm Street Drainage Project. I see while you're still there, go ahead and present that, ma'am.
The second item I have for your consideration is consideration of approval of a construction contract for the Elm Street Drainage Project. The Elm Street Drainage Project, there's a map. It's hard to see because of the scale, but it is in Nashville along Elm Street from east of North Austin Street, west to Stony Creek, basically behind the administration building, extending both ways. The project involves replacing the existing public storm drainage infrastructure that was damaged back in Hurricane Matthew. Over 9 inches of rain fell in Nashville on October 8th and 9th, 2016, and Stony Creek exceeded the flood boundaries by 8 feet, resulting in the wide-scale failure of Elm Street storm drainage system. Washouts occurred, leaving dangerous curbside open gutters, and in the following months, larger system failures surfaced with portions of Elm Street and abutting parking lots that are located above the storm drainage infrastructure experiencing sinkholes due to pipe damage, separating joints, and accelerating deterioration. The town of Nashville and Nash County made temporary repairs, and we later secured grants to construct a more permanent solution. The Elm Street drainage budget includes funds from CDBG disaster recovery of $455,114, and from Golden Leaf disaster recovery in the amount of $500,000. Nash County received bids on November 24th for the infrastructure construction. Stocks Engineering's provide a recommendation award, which is in your agenda. And this included a certified bid tabulation sheet, which is also in your agenda. And the lowest responsible bidder was Barnhill Contracting Company of Rocky Mount with a bid of $638,700.75. And the engineer recommends an award to this contractor. And just this morning, the NC Office of Recovery and Resiliency gave us the okay to move forward with awarding this contract. There are sufficient funds available for the project in the project budget. So our recommendation is to approve the resolution awarding the construction contract to Barnhill Contracting Company of Rocky Mountain in the amount of $638,700.75.
Any questions on this item? It's been a long time coming to get this construction started. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the request.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank
Mr. McGee.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I may comment for the benefit of the new member. 6, 7 years ago, we had all our grants in 3 or 4 different departments, and we have consolidated them under her leadership, under Patsy's leadership. And she is so good that we're handling this grant for the town of Nashville. This is really Nashville's grant. They're the ones that applied for the money, but they don't have the expertise that we do, and so we're handling it for them. But we're very fortunate to have Patsy with us because she is known throughout the state as a great grants manager, and just wanted you to be aware of that.
Oh, I'm aware Pat's been with us for a while, and
Yeah.
she's a good person.
Thank you very much. We're happy to do it.
Well, if that's a motion, I'll second your motion, sir. Okay, we'll move on to item number 22, which is a COVID-19 grant project ordinance amendment number 6. Ms. Wood?
Good afternoon. Okay, this is Amendment 6 for COVID grant project, and it's submitted to amend the special revenue grant project ordinance as it stands. The farmers market has received $6,000 from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services as part of COVID-19 emergency aid from appropriations administered in accordance with State Law 2020-97 from the state's portion of coronavirus relief funds as part of the Federal CARES Act. The Department of Social Services has been awarded an additional $2,240 from the CARES Act to support adult protective services and child protective services costs associated with the pandemic-driven workforce shortfalls. And also, the amendment includes a correction to the funding from CARES Act for provisions of county-based aging services to properly reflect the funding received. The correct funding is actually $26,121 instead of $22,121. Are there any questions?
Any questions there? Have you got the one for travel and tourism somewhere else?
I do. I've got
Okay.
travel and tourism.
Okay, that's fine.
actually in a budget amendment.
Okay, that's fine. Let's make sure you had that. All right, entertain a motion to approve the budget ordinance.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That ordinance amendment is approved. Item number 23 is the monthly budget amendments. Ms. Wood?
Okay, with the monthly budget amendments, or with the budget amendments I had to present, the first one is with the county capital. This budget amendment is to appropriate fund balance for the MIS department for capital expenditures totaling $45,000. This would include $25,000 technology administrative control software and $20,000 for the replacement of end-of-life Wi-Fi infrastructure. The next item is with library fund. Our library department, this budget amendment is to budget grant funding for Braswell Memorial Library for the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources. The LSTA Easy Grant is from the Federal Library Services Technology Act for supplies and materials. Nash County is the pass-through agency for this grant. It's for $15,000 and no county funds are required. The next item is with social services. This amendment is to budget additional state funding through the CARES Act to allow automated LEAP payments to a specified population. Administration funds are offset to adult services guardianship to offset county funds for pending cost of care needed for population ineligible for other assistance funds. It's for $298,134. No county funds are requested. And the final item is with travel and tourism. This budget amendment is to budget a $10,750 grant awarded from the North Carolina Tourism Recovery Committee for Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. These funds will be used for marketing efforts, displaying information on tour and landing pages with safety measures businesses are taking to keep visitors as safe as possible. These funds will also be used to create a QR code available at Nash County hotels, attractions, and restaurants, highlighting things to do with the COVID message. Again, it's $10,750. No county funds are required.
That's for budget amendments. Entertain a motion for approval, or any questions?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there's a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on those, either one? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Budget amendments stand approved.
And if I may, we're checking into the exact numbers of the 2 EMT positions.
Okay.
It will be approximately $50,000. But if we could go ahead and if the commissioners, that's $50,000 a year. So it would be $50,000 for 6 months, from January through June. But the other thing that we're doing, if the commissioners would consider approving the 2 new positions, I would like to come back to the board in January because I'll have some adjustments based on cost of living that I need to present, and I can bring those numbers at the same time. But that's a board decision.
So you want us to approve, you're saying to go ahead and approve the 2?
Based on, I'm sorry.
Then what are we doing about the reassignment?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, that we're good money-wise. We do have some lapsed salaries, but we don't know exactly what that number is. And
Okay.
so in January, we can come reconcile the 2 new positions
Well,
and
that's
the
why I
enhancement.
just didn't want to do it on too much of a spur of a moment, because I'm sitting here thinking you got to have lap salaries
Right.
that you may have the money to do it with anyway.
If you could just approve the establishment of the 2 newly created positions.
Does the board need to take any action on the reassignment, or is that within your purview?
That is within the county manager's
Yeah.
authority.
The dollar amount is within what he can do.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need. All right, with that said, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve 2 new positions for EMS, or
2 EMT positions.
EMT. Okay, I'll make a motion, we approve 2 new EMTs for EMS department.
Second.
I got a motion and a second by Commissioner Outlaw, motion by Commissioner Combs. Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? And if you would, even if you have the funds, update us in January.
We will.
What you're actually, how you're handling it.
Absolutely. And at the same time, I'd like to bring to the board with the cost of living, we'll have some adjustments for cost of living that the commissioners approved. But I wanted to make sure to see, I knew we have enough money to cover through the December payroll. And so I'd like to bring it back in January at that time. Any additional funds that we may need for the cost of living adjustments to departments.
And we'll look at each department, and if we have lapsed salaries and don't need to add to that department.
So you're off on that item, you're talking about in general now.
In general,
In
yes.
general.
Okay.
But this would be a part of it, and I will let you know what that breaks down to as well.
So we hadn't done a budget amendment on that 3% yet?
No.
We hadn't, okay. I, for some reason, thought we had. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. All right, next item we have is item number 24, which is approval of the commissioner calendar that was sent out in your document. And any questions on it by a board member? This is for your calendar for next year.
Just got a comment. I know we had talked about for the mid-month in January, we would have the hospital out. Commissioner Leggett has set that up for the outside presentation. And we talked actually about, I believe, the parks having the inside presentation. But I think this EMS presentation would probably take priority over that. But I think our plans for the park are like the spring of the year to possibly open up that park.
In April.
And yeah, okay, that's good. So maybe we could come back and have a meeting with parks at some point to talk about what we need to talk about there to prepare for that.
We could do that, Commissioner Outlaw, or we could also ask EMS to join us for that meeting in addition to the park presentation.
We
to
could
just give
actually
us.
talk about it at our retreat in March, the park
Okay,
situation, if we need to. But I think the EMS thing in January would be
Okay.
would be priority.
Calendar Any questions on that? Pretty
Let me
much.
mention one more quick thing about inside and outside presentations. I just facilitate that with the assistant county manager, but it's the board's ideas that lead to who we pick for these meetings. So our next one after January would be in May. So please be giving that some thought, things that you think would be interesting and informative to the board for an outside or an inside presentation. And let Ms. Shapps or myself know.
Ms. Sheraton, what we're speaking of there, the board meets one time every month at the beginning, and then approximately half of the months, we meet a second time. The primary function of that is to have some type of presentation from an outside agency and an inside agency, as well as the committees that commissioners sit on during the year. Each one of us have certain committees that we sit on, we give a report to the whole board during that time. That's what we're actually speaking of, but when you do your orientation, I'm sure they'll fill you in a little more on that, but just so you understand what we'll be voting on as far as the calendar. Now, March one is always taken up by the budget retreat. You okay with that? Okay. All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the calendar.
Move to approve the calendar for 2021.
Second.
I had to think about 2021, a little bit confusing. 2021 is next year, yes, not fiscal year, but it's actually both. Think about it. All right, I have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the calendar or the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? Calendar stands approved. We're moving now to item number 25, which is board appointments, and proceed.
Okay. The first one that we have is for the Tourism Development Authority, the TDA. As you all know, we have a vacancy on that board for a collector member. I don't have any up-to-date information on that.
I have not got that taken care of yet.
Okay.
I had an individual that was going to do it, and number darn, if that person didn't get laid off as well, so we're
Okay.
still looking
All
for
right.
the volatile industry right now.
Okay, so the next one would be for the Agriculture Advisory Board. The terms expired December 31st, 2020 for the following members: Dan Cohn, David Griffin, Jeff Tyson, and Gary High. All of these members are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Stand approved.
Okay, the next one is for the Braswell Memorial Library. The term for Sherry Davis expires for the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees on December the 31st, 2020. Ms. Davis has served 3 terms and is not eligible for reappointment.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Belfield.
I had recommended Deborah Battle back, what was it, 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 months ago.
Approximately, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the board chose to, it was an appointment that I had, and the board chose to put another person in that position, and I'd like to re-recommend Deborah Battle for this position. We talked at that time, the board, Commissioner Outlaw and county manager said they would work to see if we could add additional board members, but no action was taken on that. So I'd like to recommend Deborah for this
Stacy, is that?
replacement.
Okay. No issue with that?
No, there would not be a problem with that.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure we didn't have any criteria we were trying to meet.
No,
All
we're
right, we
good.
have a motion for Deborah Battle, who probably most of us know. Commissioner Outlaw, I know you know her husband, having worked with him, but is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Bellfield, there's your appointment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bellfield.
Thank you. The next one is for the ABC Board. The term for the ABC Board member, Chris Gardner, expires December 31st, 2020. Mr. Gardner is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
Motion for appointment.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion for reappointment by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Farmers Market.
Farmers Market Advisory Board, the terms expire December 31st, 2020 for several of the Farmers Market Board members. The Cooperative Extension Director, Sandy Hall, is recommending that the following members be reappointed: Karen White, Evan Covington Chavez, Sue Leggett, Kenneth Baker, Sue Moore, Ricky Parks, Tim Bass, Joyce Kite, Fred Belfield Jr., Freddie Howell, and Joshua Praven. Member Vaden Hartley has been asked to be replaced, and Mrs. Hall is recommending Don Williams. Mr. Williams' application was attached in your agenda packet. Do you want me to go ahead and do the additional ones for Farmers Market that are on here?
I think it'd be.
Do them all together? Okay. Additionally, 2 other members whose terms expire next year are no longer on the Farmers Market Advisory Board and need to be replaced. Michael O'Brien passed away. Mrs. Hall is recommending Daniel Bissett as a new member. His application is in your packet. Member Margaret Lotta has moved out of the area, and Mrs. Hall is recommending Kevin Bullock. His application is also attached in your packet for consideration.
Give me 1 second here.
I've got one correction.
I'm sorry, yes?
The member for reappointment is Joshua Parvin.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Sue.
Parvin,
Yeah, it's P-A-R.
I'm sorry.
Any questions? Entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion for approval of those as listed by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Board members stand approved.
Okay. The next is for the UNC Nash Healthcare Systems Board of Commissioners.
Let me make a statement right there if I could. You got some new ones, you got a couple of new ones, you got some reappointments. Commissioner Leggett and I and the manager met with the hospital board chairman and a couple of members about 2 weeks ago. We discussed these appointments, and it was decided that we would take action today on the reappointments, but that we would table the new members until such time after January, or maybe at the January meeting, we're not sure. And the reason we did that was we were looking to get a better distribution of hospital board members throughout the county. It had a concentration of Rocky Mount people, and it's been expressed by you board members several times, and we just took the opportunity to put a pause on those since we have 2 openings right now and work on it a little bit. So that's what we're doing there, and we'll be working on those up to January. So we'll, if it's okay, we'll just take up the 2, the ones that are reappointments.
Sure.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
Sue, is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Terms expire December 31st, 2020 for several of the UNC Nash Healthcare System Board of Commissioners. The following members are eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment: Eugene Holland, John Baker, Jean Kitchen, Sheila Wallace, and Joel Lee Bryant.
Any questions?
Is that John Barker? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Isn't that John Barker?
John Barker.
Yeah, it should be John Barker.
Okay,
should
I
be
will make that
Barker, yes.
correction. Thank you.
Yes. Who was in our meeting, yes.
Mr. Chair, I move to reappoint the members named.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions?
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
We-
Mr. Bellfield.
This motion is to approve these names for reappointment.
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right, okay, that's all.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Okay, and the last one is for the Upper Coastal Plain RPO, Transportation Advisory Committee. Annually, the board has the opportunity to look at the membership of the RPO. Nash County and Red Oak have permanent appointments on this committee, and the Board of Commissioners has the option of changing the other two appointed municipalities, Middlesex and Spring Hope. It is the recommendation of the Upper Coastal Plain RPO Transportation Planner to reappoint both of these municipalities, as all members are active and attend all meetings.
Pleasure of the board.
Just a question, don't I need to be reappointed as well? As a member of the RPO?
Yes, sir. Yes, you do. I
mean,
apologize.
I'm perfectly willing to give up that responsibility if someone else would like to take it on. But hearing none, I would be
see no
glad to
hands,
serve.
Commissioner Outlaw.
I said hearing none, I'd be glad to serve.
All right. Entertain a motion for approval for those three.
So moved.
It is 3 total, right? Or is it 4?
For the RPO, Red Oak and Nash County have permanent appointments, so it would be Spring Hope, Middlesex, and Mr. Outlaw.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a motion to approve the 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
Could I ask one more committee question? On the storm debris committee that we were establishing, did we get them set up and have they started? That group that was being appointed, looking at possible storm debris removal from Stony Creek and Tar River, and we were setting up a committee on that.
Yeah, I don't have an update on that from Mr. Long. I can get that for you.
They have not met yet.
They have not met? Have they all been advised, all these members that we talked about?
Ms. Leggett, were you appointed to that committee?
I was appointed to that committee. I think
There's been
Everlong
no
is the chair.
communication? Has there been no communication?
No.
Okay, I'll follow up with Mr. Long about that.
Okay, I know one of the gentlemen over in my district is a part of that group.
I will follow up on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item number 26. I do want to point out that this will be a virtual format this year. It's the Legislative Gold Conference. And so the person that is selected to fill this delegate spot would certainly need to be available to do it virtually, which is different than what it has been in the past. Stacey, please go ahead and present the request.
Okay, this item is for the designation of a voting delegate for the 2021 NCACC Legislative Goals Conference. And again, that is in a virtual format this year. The 2021 NCACC Legislative Goals Conference will be held January 14th and 15th, 2021 virtually. The association's 2-day Legislative Goals Conference represents a culmination of a thorough, deliberate, and inclusive process to set the legislative agenda for the 2021-2022 legislative biennium. The Legislative Goals Handbook was attached in your agenda packet and provides a complete overview of how NCACC's legislative agenda is developed. The main objective of the conference is to learn why our county's legislative proposals matter and then agree upon those that impact all 100 counties. The education that results from the deliberation and debate represents the beginning of the association's legislative work.
All right, we need to appoint that voting delegate. Pleasure of the board.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Who was appointed last year?
I believe it was Mr. Belfield.
Yes.
So I know one of the things that we talked about for legislative goals was infrastructure and trying to encourage the state to provide some additional funding to Tier 1 and maybe Tier 2 counties for water expansion and things of that nature. I know they're working on broadband, but whoever is appointed, I just want to encourage them to make that a priority when you sit in on this meeting. I think that's very important to Nash County.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think what Commissioner Outlaw recommended there, that maybe we ought to forward that concern ahead of the time when they meet,
Well, I think-
because it need, what they do, they have a committee that look at these issues and they started narrowing things down before you get a chance to start voting. So I think that ought to go in and ahead of 14th and 15th.
Well, I'm sure we have already done that because
If that has already been done, okay, then whoever the voting delegate is can push that.
Right, correct, understood.
The board did submit a list of goals several months ago. The Board of Directors I think they had 480 different goals from 50 of the counties, and they've narrowed it down. And so what will be presented is what the Board of Directors of the association recommends, and then the voting delegates will vote on each one of them.
Okay. Have you seen that narrowed down list?
I have not.
Okay.
And I think we were also going to reach out to our local legislators on that particular issue, this infrastructure thing.
Yeah, that's a good idea, too.
Yep.
I don't know if we've done that or not, but I know it's got to be a virtual meeting, but if need be, Janice could set that up for the representative out here. But I think Mr. Belfield has served us well in that role, so I'd make a recommendation that he be our voting delegate.
I'd be willing to yield on that if another commissioner is interested in participating.
We'll set it up in the conference room for whoever wants
Yeah.
to do it, unless you prefer to do it from home.
No, I don't mind doing it.
Yeah.
I second Mr. Outlaw's motion, Mr. Belfield.
If you set it up out here, then anybody that wanted to sit in on it could
That's
also
right.
sit in.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, you
Good
could do
idea.
that if it's set up here.
And really, I've never done that, so I would probably want to just kind of sit in and see how that thing goes.
Yeah, I would. If we're gonna set it up here, then I certainly recommend that any of the commissioners be a part of it. The only thing, that I'll be just the one that's voting.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 27 is the monthly tax report. Ms. Sumner, you have been patient today, as you are most Mondays, first Mondays.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you know, this report is designed to keep the board current on the activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to
Any
answer.
questions on the report? So noted that it has been presented.
Thank you.
And you have the next item, normally tax refunds, 28.
Yes, sir. We do have tax refunds this month that we need approval so that we may disperse the funds.
Okay. Trying to get those to those. Thing keeps cutting off between every presenter.
Page 144.
Got it, okay. Any questions on the tax refunds? Looks like they're all to the same person.
Two people. Two,
Not quite. Same,
three.
three people. All right, entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
second by Commissioner Outlaw and Arrington at the same time.
I defer to Mr. Arrington on that.
All right, second to Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item is commissioner comments. Any commissioner have anything they wish to bring to the board at this time?
I've got a brief comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Since I was re-elected to this position, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the citizens who supported me and voted me in this seat here, and also say thanks to everyone that helped with my campaign process, and especially the board and all who supported me in my first partial term being appointed here. Your support is very much appreciated, and through my learning processes, sharp learning curve. And I also especially want to thank the employees of Nash County for the hard work they do every day to make Nash County such a wonderful place to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice to see it. Other comments from commissioners?
Well,
Mr. Belfield?
one comment that I would like to make, I just want to thank all the commissioners and county staff who made phone calls to me and sent cards, get well for my wife, who she is improving now. She got to the point now, she told me this morning, I said, do I need to kind of delay going to the meeting and fix breakfast for you? She said, no, you go on to your meeting, I can fix my own breakfast. And so she's improving. And I just appreciate the concerns. Many of you did make phone calls and some sent cards.
Thank you, sir. Other comments from commissioners?
And even Commissioner Davis and his wife even brought food by the house. And
I'll
I
let you
appreciated that.
I'll let you thank Commissioner Davis's wife for that. I think she actually offered you the other day to bring some more, didn't she?
Oh, yeah, she said she was gonna bring some more when she get in her cooking mode again. She was gonna drop some more.
She'll be there.
Food
I think she's already talking about what it's gonna be. I'll let it be a secret. Okay, any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to again echo and thank the people who voted for me, that put me here, and I'm here to serve Nash County and to work with my fellow commissioners and the staff, and we're all here to make Nash County all that it can be, and I look forward to working with everyone, and I'm just a regular, ordinary guy that want to do something for the community and our county. So don't be afraid to just talk to me, just like you would anybody else, and we'll get along fine, and hopefully we'll make Nash County grow as we all want it to grow. Thank you.
You mind, Commissioner, if I asked you what month your birthday is in?
12 December. Yeah, your birthday is December also.
Well, mine's in March. I'm trying to figure out.
Yours is in December.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm still the second youngest commissioner or not, which is a shame in itself somewhat, but looking at when you attended college, I'm not sure I'm quite clear. And I won't ask you in public what your age will be December. We'll talk about that later.
That's no secret.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the people that voted for me. I won unanimously, and I appreciate you for that. And I want you, people in my district, to know the reason I'm on this board is to do what I think is best for Nash County, but mostly what's best for District 3. And y'all know I'm available anytime, so anything you need of concern in the southern end of the county, you just let me know, because I'm here to serve you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
I must say, I agree with what he said about Southern Nash
I
County.
told
He
you
does a
one
good
time that y'all couldn't vote for me. Them people over there can vote for me, but you can't.
job.
So
Understood. Does a great job of looking after Southern Nash County.
Well,
All right.
Well, one thing, I guess I'm senior on the board now, since Ms. Richardson retired.
I think you are.
Yep.
Well, I think you were anyway, were you not?
No.
Years of service, yes, I got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, years
Okay.
of service.
I'm called it, you are.
Oh, I know, for a long, long time, I've been senior in age.
Yeah. That part, we don't want to change, do we? Sure do not. Appreciate everyone that,
Well, last month, turned 85.
right. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. We all just hoping we can do what he's doing when we are 85, or I am at least anyway. I'm gonna skip any comment I had to not, pushing, and we are running pretty late today. Housing starts, I will comment, are down a little bit from where we've been averaging. They were 24 new starts, and I can tell you that's primarily due to the cost of lumber. We've had to pat the brakes, so many builders have. Lumber has gone up on the average of about 230% in the last 3 months, and I don't know when it's gonna get straightened out, so we may have a little bit of a slowdown. That's right, Mr. Lamb, a half-inch OSB's gone from $11 to about $27, so so it has really affected the cost of framing a house. But turn it over to you, Mr. Bynes, for your report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, I want to thank you for allowing the EMS services to hire 2 additional people because we've had some staffing needs due to illness, and otherwise, I think it's well justified, and it's just an example of feedback. I think I heard from 3 different commissioners who had heard from people in the community about their concern about their staffing. So it's just another example of hearing from the commissioners hearing from the public and relaying that to staff and to the other commissioners. And I think these 2 additional positions will help fill some gaps. And again, thank you for doing that on a moment's notice. The county offices will be closed Thursday, Friday, and Monday for Christmas being Friday. So we'll be closed 24th, 25th, and then the 28th on that Monday. We'll also be closed Friday, January 1st for New Year's. We'll be having a budget calendar developed in the next month or so, and we are still not sure exactly how it will come about. Last year, of course, we planned to do it at the Drake Community Building, and because of COVID, we had to do it in-house. So when we know a little bit more, I suspect that this time it may be like it was last last year, unless the vaccine gets distributed a lot quicker.
You're gonna be right on that one.
I would like to thank Janice. Y'all asked last time for a copy of the county map book, which has a whole lot of information across the state, and Janice was really quick to get that to each of y'all's mailboxes. Thank you, Janice. I would like to ask Jonathan to come up to discuss a couple things. The first one, quickly, to discuss the security and repair work that we're doing down in the lobby, and he's also met with the Charters of Freedom folks, and we're going to ask y'all to come up with some names to be on the committee. But Jonathan, if you'll just give them a brief about what we're going to do on the first floor only at this point.
Yeah, real quickly, you may recall, I had a presentation for commissioners early last month, first meeting in November, regarding the security enhancements we had proposed, security enhancements and COVID-related improvements for the administrative building. As you may recall, we were working with Oakley Collier Architects on that. We have been working diligently since that time to finalize the plans for those improvements. And Oakley Collier has been working with several local contractors, 2 local contractors and 1 in Greenville, to solicit some preliminary bid numbers. Since that time, we have identified a contractor to work with the county on those improvements, specifically the first floor. Again, that would be the screening station at the main entrance, the rear entrance to the building from the parking lot, and the improvements proposed in the EMS department. Berry Building Group out of Greenville, and the Finance Department is working with Oakley Collier to submit or secure the information that we need to issue a purchase order this week, and we anticipate work will start as early as this Friday to remove the second set of doors inside the airlock at the rear entrance and to start removing and replacing tile. Again, that work will be done over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Friday we'll focus on demolition, Saturday on preparing the area for replacing the tile, and then Sunday replacing the tile and wrapping up any loose items. But that's the first phase of work. You may recall when we discussed the improvements, we indicated it was likely done in a couple of phases. So this is focused primarily on that first phase. We did elect to go ahead and move forward with the EMS department, creating that additional workspace for the personnel they have posted up front in that department, just because of the importance of the work that department does and to further protect our 911 communication center.
And we're moving, if I may, moving forward at this time because COVID money is eligible for this project. And right now, it appears we've got to spend it by December 31st, although there is talk about extending it. Until they extend it, we can't rely on them extending that, so.
Correct. Our goal is to complete the Phase 1 improvements actually by the 29th of this month. Got a lot of work to do between now and then.
Sure have. That's impressive.
Berry Building Group has impressed us in terms of the work they've done, the due diligence they performed in preparing their submittal, getting numbers to Oakley Collier, and already some of the pre-planning they had done. We met with them this past Friday, kind of a walkthrough of those 2 areas, and they already had vendors on site, flooring, wall system manufacturer, so they will hit the ground running.
Regarding Charters of Freedom, Jonathan and I are going to head up that committee. They've recommended, Ron Lewis and that group have recommended that we add additional people to the committee. I think we've we've decided where we're going to put it on the corner in front of the old original courthouse. And at the next meeting, just we'll send out this email. But if we're looking for somebody in scouting, in the business community, veterans group, civic groups, town of Nashville, and somebody, we got somebody from the nonprofit
And the media.
community. Yeah. So.
And the media.
And the media. Yes, the media, we were going to ask Joanne Cooper to join us with the Nashville Graphic.
Were you looking at the Mr. Taylor that brought this to us?
Yes, he is our Nash County Public Schools representative.
Good.
And we'll send you the list of slots we're looking for so y'all can be thinking of any names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bud.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any questions? Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. Closed session will be for economic development, matter of attorney-client privileges, and it's the only personnel item, the one that I asked for, Stacy. Yeah, I think we can eliminate that. Mr. Outlaw, you've got what you need for the evaluation, have you not?
Yes, I would like, I'd like to give a package to Mr. Arrington just for his information, but I can do that offline.
Okay. I think it'll be for the other 2 items then.
I think we also need to discuss property. Was that one of the things you said?
It's a matter of attorney-client privileges, which I think that would be
Okay,
under that.
that's good. Acquisition of property and also disposal of property.
Okay.
Possible.
All right. Add those to it also. Entertain a motion?
Make a motion, we go into closed session after a short break.
All right. Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Stand recessed. All right, there's no action that we took in, or need to take in open session for anything we did in closed session, so I'd entertain a motion to close the Commissioners' meeting at this time.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Thank y'all very much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Very good.